forward for the lamp lighting ceremony. The Ministry of... Can we turn off the foot mic, please? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, and in addition to that, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways has played a transformative role in strengthening India's maritime ecosystem. From policy reforms and digitalization of maritime processes to improving seafarer training standards and welfare mechanisms. Ladies and gentlemen, deeply symbolic. This is a city that has embraced diversity, nurtured...
From RPSL company, Maritime Association, industry expert, welfare bodies, and our dear seafarer. I extend my warm and respectable greetings to all of you. It is my proud privilege to welcome you to this symposium on seafarers recruitment and welfare and the inaugural ceremony of the MMD office at Patna. A significant steps towards expanding maritime governance and outreach of aspiring seafarer from inland regions of our country. The establishment of the MMD office at Patna reflects our commitments to making maritime opportunity more inclusive and accessible. यह दर्शाता है कि समुद्री कैरियर केवल तटीय राज्यों तक सीमित नहीं है, बल्कि देश के हर कोने के युवाओं के लिए खुला हुआ है. We will also witness the remote inaugurations by the Honorable Chief Guest of the MMD office at Patna, followed by the formal commencement of redevelopment work for Navik Griha Samiti and the Marine Club, Kolkata. This initiative further strengthens our welfare infrastructure and reaffirms our commitments to the seafaring communities. Today's symposium has been carefully structured to address the key pillars of recruitment, integrity, and seafarer welfare. We will deliberate on challenges faced by RPSL company, the importance of transparent and ethical recruitment practices, and the strengthening of grievance redressal mechanism. हमारा उद्देश्य मतलब डीजी शिपिंग का उद्देश्य स्पष्ट है कि भर्ती प्रक्रिया निष्पक्ष और पारदर्शी हो, नाविकों के अधिकार सुरक्षित रहे और उनका कल्याण केवल कागजों तक सीमित न रहकर वास्तव में उन तक पहुँचे. The program will also highlight important welfare initiatives such as सागर में योग and सागर में सम्मान, जो विशेष रूप से महिला नाविकों के सम्मान और सशक्तिकरण को समर्पित है. Followed by meaningful panel discussion on seafarer casualty, amendments rights, reliefs, and responsibility. As stakeholders of India maritime sector, it is our collective responsibility to ensure that every Indian seafarer sails with dignity, safety, and social security. Strengthening recruitment system and welfare infrastructure is not just administrative work. It is a commitment to the family who place their trust in this profession. I am confident that today's deliberation will result in a practical recommendation, a stronger collaboration between government and industry, and renewed resolve to protect the interest of our seafarer. With this word, I once again thanks our Honorable Chief Guest, our esteemed guest of honor, and all distinguished participants for gracing this occasion. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopde, IPS Additional Director General of Shipping. Sir brings vast administrative and enforcement experience to maritime governance. Under his leadership, regulatory oversight and compliance mechanisms have been strengthened to ensure accountability and discipline within recruitment and placement systems. Now requesting Sir to kindly step forward to kindly address this August gathering. Sir, requesting you to kindly please come and address this August gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sir, please.
Thank you.
Good morning all. Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Shantanu Thakur ji, Sri Shyam Jagannathan ji, Director General, Directorate General of Shipping, PO MMD, Sri Vikrant Rai, Captain Nitin Mukesh, the other officers from DGS, the representatives of RPSL companies, industry leaders. This is third of the series of symposiums we are holding. In fact, we had these symposiums in Delhi and Mumbai, and this is third one in Kolkata. And this coincides with the inauguration of MMD at Patna, which Honorable Minister Sir will do it in few moments now. So we are extending our reach not only to coastal states, to inland states. Bihar is one of them. We are going to have MMD there from today. So that will attract the talent which is lying inland to the shipping industry. In fact, that was the very aim of MIV 2030. If you see, we want to increase the global share of seafarers, which is at present 12%, to 20% by 2030. And that's possible only if we include all of them, the whole of India into it. The seafarers from nooks and corners of India should be attracted and should come to shipping. And that's the very aim of the government of India, wherein we can get the talent from all over India to shipping industry. For that, what we are doing, the DGS is monitoring every seafarer's professional life right from he enters into MTI. Whenever a seafarer comes to shipping industry, first step is MTI. He has to take admission in some MTI, whether he is coming as a cadet or a rating or engineer. So he has to come to MTI. From there, we are monitoring his professional journey and try to facilitate whatever possible obstacles he get, may it be the training slots from him, or after joining there are various examinations, they are being reformed. So right from MTI, we are monitoring his journey in the professional life. And after MTI, the most important step is RPSL. Through RPSL only, he'll get a job, or he'll go to ship, or he'll go to sea. So RPSL is very, very important step for him. And the duties of the RPSLs, they are clearly defined. In fact, the symposium's basic purpose is to make the RPSLs aware what are the duties they are supposed to perform. Most of them, they know it, but some of them, they lack some part of awareness of the duties they are supposed to perform. So basic idea is, this symposium is to connect or directly talk with RPSL, directly have dialogue with RPSL. Because as we know, I just give, generally I give this example, if a kite is flying high in the sky, if there is no string attached to it, it will come down. It feels that I'll go much above if there is no string attached to it. But if the string is cut, it will come down. So that's the very idea. We are trying to connect with RPSL. Unless there is a connect, unless there is a dialogue, we are not going to get the ground reality, what is happening. So unless we know the ground reality, we won't be able to improve. In fact, that's the very idea of these symposiums. We have different presentations here, panel discussions throughout the day, wherein I expect from all of you, you have whatever queries. We in fact have a question answer sessions, quite long time given for it. So please, if you have any queries, any questions, you are free to ask, especially from RPSL or even the cadets if they are there. You please ask it. And it's not only about duties, it's about welfare of cadets also. We have presentations on SPFO, by the SPFO, that is Provident Fund, how you are going to do it, and SWFS, that is the Welfare Fund for Seafarers. So how we are going to, what are the schemes available for the cadets, for the seafarers, and how RPSLs can help us. In fact, RPSL play a very important role even throughout the cadet journey in professional life once he goes to sea. Right from repatriation to help him during abandonment or any injury or any sort of obstacles he faces throughout his journey in his professional life. So RPSL, we expect, the expectations are very, very high from you, those who are from RPSLs. We just want to communicate this to you, and whatever problems you are facing in doing it, you please let us know. We'll try to improve upon it, improve upon the systems that we are anyways doing. We have digitalized, the DGS has digitalized to large extent, and in future also it's going to further get the technology into it so that it will be easier. Only one thing I just want to highlight is very few of the RPSLs, they are progressing in not the correct way, we can call it. So please correct very few of them, but because of few of them, the whole name of RPSL, it gives very bad image. So that's why those few, maybe 2, 3, 4, but please don't go into it, because we are going to step into it, and we have adopted the zero tolerance against frauds. What is happening? In fact, we are planning to take the help of local police authorities and other concerned authorities to take action against them. So there will be strict action, because they are like a blot on the whole RPSL who are doing very good business. But there are very few. But this fraud, zero tolerance against fraud, that is the policy we have adopted. And please ensure that whatever SOPs are given or whatever rules or regulations, please comply with it. In fact, I would say just complying is not enough, because seafarer is not just one employee. He goes out and he represents India there. He is an ambassador to India. So please keep that in mind. Just don't keep it only to compliance. If you really want to be a part of nation building, please go above it and try to give maximum possible to the seafarer. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. And ladies and gentlemen, Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS Director General of Shipping. As the head of the Maritime Administration in India, Sir has led significant reforms in regulatory transparency, grievance redressal mechanisms, and welfare architecture. His leadership continues to shape national policy direction in safeguarding the interests of Indian seafarers globally. And now, it's my privilege to request Sir for his address. So requesting Shri Shyam Jagannathan, IAS, Director General of Shipping, to kindly proceed towards the podium for his address. And ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together.
Namaskar. Shri Shantanu Thakur Sir, Honorable Chief Guest, on this very important occasion of the inauguration of the Marine Mercantile District Office in Patna, my eminent colleague, Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopde Sir, the Principal Officer, MMD, Kolkata, Shri Vikrant Rai ji, Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor and Member Secretary for the SPFO and also the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, my respected colleague officers who are present from the Directorate General of Shipping, from the MMD, Kolkata, eminent dignitaries, stakeholders, guests and invitees. On this important occasion, please allow me to make a very brief presentation before our Honorable Chief Guest addresses us. Seafarers. Seafarers by the Government of India and also globally have been notified as key workers. All I am here to say is that the Government of India in the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways and the Directorate General of Shipping as a subordinate office respects, honors and places the safety and the security, their competency and their health and well-being foremost for the seafarers. There are two specific issues relating to the human element for our country. Today we are among the top 5 seafarer contributing nation. Yet the percentage of women and gender inclusion and participation of women in seafaring is less than 1%. Sagar Mein Samman is a structured program to promote greater participation by women in seafaring and in careers in the maritime domain. The other emphasis is on increasing the number of seafarers from 12% to 20% and more, becoming among the top 3 seafaring nations in the world. All seafarers would know sometimes seafaring is not an easy career. Long periods away from home, one needs to have mental resilience. You need to be strong, you need to be technically competent, and above all, you need to respect the fact that safety always comes first. The Directorate General of Shipping, responsible for the statutory certification, for training and for watchkeeping, and also for seafarers' welfare, will always, as I said, hold the seafarers' welfare and safety first. These are some of the statistics we are putting out in the open domain. These are statistics of death in the maritime domain while professing as seafarers. It is not to scare anybody, but to say that just as in any other profession, risk is there, and it is all about risk management that we are talking about. One major concern which the Honorable Minister has repeatedly directed and reviewed at the ministry's level is the abandonment of seafarers. Our Indian seafarers, majority of them are on foreign flags. As the Additional Director General Sir had mentioned, if you are not getting your signed on contract through a valid RPSL, accidents such as this happen. I am grateful to the good work being done by Captain P.C. Meena as the Deputy Director General crew in resolving these multiple issues. If you can see, the number of vessels where abandoned seafarers for India has been, and multiple Indian seafarers have been repatriated successfully, and the effort continues. However, as on date, India still remains the country which has the highest number of abandoned seafarers. This needs to be tackled on a priority. Now, these are specific interventions that we are making from the Directorate General of Shipping. I will only flag two specific initiatives. The first, zero tolerance for any corrupt activity or any illicit, irregular practices, either by any maritime training institute, any agent, any RPSL, or any unauthorized person. We will ensure that there is no ambiguity and no illegal practices, and to ensure that we will leverage technology. The RPSL module by the month of July-August will be completely updated. This is what I was mentioning as in digital compliances, which will ensure that the Directorate General of Shipping watches 24/7, but there is ease of doing business and facilitation for the RPSLs and for the maritime training institutes. Because there are 3 lakh plus active seafarers, and we are wanting to increase the numbers, there could be several complaints and grievances. Somebody is not having a proper sign-off, someone is having some crisis at home. By the directions of the Honorable Minister, by April end of this year, we will have a fully functional single point of contact for 24/7 grievance redressal. I have mentioned the RPSL module already. Coming to the leadership of the Seafarers Provident Fund and the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society, I will be talking about the specific projects which were undertaken under the specific guidance of the Honorable Minister. These are some of the schemes which each seafarer and also cadets should be aware of. These are for your personal benefit and to ensure that your welfare is addressed at all times. We will be giving out informational folders and flyers. This is just to inform, more than 6 crore rupees has been dispersed from the period of the 1st of April 2024 till the 23rd of February 2026. This is a very important circular, Seafarers Board Audit for Welfare Infrastructure. We are doing so many projects under the lead and the directions of the Honorable Union Cabinet Minister and the Honorable Minister for State. Specifically under the directions of the Honorable Minister, sir, the first project that we are taking up, presently for 7.12 crores, is the Marine Club in Kolkata. We are looking at the complete rejuvenation of this infrastructure to provide quality welfare infrastructure for the seafarers when they are at Kolkata, either signing off a vessel or coming for their examinations, or simply coming and staying in Kolkata. The second project is the Tarantala Nabik Graha Samiti campus, 18 acres at Tarantala. The complete campus will be upgraded with quality infrastructure for welfare for the seafarers. And this project cost initially in the first phase is 5.4 crores. Today the Honorable Minister will be inaugurating the first ever Marine Mercantile District in a landlocked state. The Additional Director General of Shipping, himself hails from the Indian Police Service in the Bihar cadre, and it is a great privilege to be associated with our first office, the first MMD in a landlocked state. I have mentioned Sagar Mein Samman. Even if you look at the attendance here, although Kolkata does have a greater gender inclusion, still the women in seafaring is less and much remains to be done. Sagar Mein Yog is for the seafarers' wellness, 10 modules which we intend to take forward. And we are also bringing in facilitation counters like what we are doing at the highest number of seafarer signings at the Mumbai airport with Pranam facilities to facilitate the immigration part. I have mentioned zero tolerance, and we stand by that. Any complaint, any illicit practice, please raise your voice. The DG Shipping will support you and ensure resolution of such cases legally in the framework at present. I am grateful for this opportunity, and before I do close, may I please request everybody to applaud the Honorable Minister's leadership for these 3 projects that we specifically did. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir, and thank you very much for that presentation. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we now arrive at a significant segment of today's program. It is my privilege to request our Honorable Chief Guest, Honorable Minister of State, to kindly step forward, because sir is now going to inaugurate the Seafarers Outreach Center and the MMD office with a remote. Yes, now it's Digital India, and we are going to inaugurate it digitally. The Seafarers Outreach Center stands as a dedicated initiative towards strengthening welfare, support and outreach services for our seafaring community, while the inauguration of the MMD office marks an important step in enhancing maritime administrative and regulatory services. May I request for the remote, please? It is there, all right. Sir. And now, ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the moment as I request sir to kindly inaugurate it.
India's seafarers come from every corner of the nation, including the heartland of eastern India. While the sea lies along the coast, the aspirations to serve at sea begin far inland. Bihar and neighboring states have long contributed dedicated and skilled manpower to India's maritime workforce. Recognizing this growing participation and committed to expanding access to maritime services and structured welfare support, guided by the vision of the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi and under the leadership of the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, with the support of Secretary Shri Vijay Kumar and Director General of Shipping Shri Shyam Jagannathan, a significant step has been taken in Patna to expand access to maritime services and structured welfare support. At Nutan Rajdhani Anchal, Veer Chand Patel Road area, Patna, the new Mercantile Marine Department office and Seafarers Outreach Center has been established. Strategically located in a prime and well-connected area, the facility is positioned as a maritime and welfare hub for Eastern India. This initiative has been made possible through the support of the Government of Bihar, which facilitated the availability of land and space in this key urban location. This initiative was translated into tangible reality under the visionary leadership of Shri Shyam Jagannathan, Director General of Shipping. The Seafarers Welfare Fund Society provided capital investment for renovation and interior development. Under the guidance of Captain Nitin Mukesh, the initiative was driven from concept to completion, ensuring that an existing structure was thoughtfully transformed into a functional and dedicated MMD Outreach Center. upgraded surveyors' cabins, a structured reception area, dedicated welfare spaces, and a conference room with lounge facilities have been developed to ensure professional and efficient service delivery. Within a shared building across 4 office units, a clean, dignified and efficient facility has been carefully created to deliver frontline maritime services and structured welfare support. The establishment of an MMD office in Patna significantly reduces travel and transaction costs for seafarers seeking examinations, surveys and certifications. Services that once required travel to distant coastal cities are now accessible closer to home, saving time, effort and financial burden. The premises are equipped with air conditioning, ICT infrastructure, CCTV surveillance and LAN connectivity, supporting transparency, reliability and secure operations. Beyond regulatory functions, the Seafarers Outreach Center creates a dedicated welfare point. Details of various welfare schemes rolled out by the GOI through SWFS for seafarer welfare and provide assistance to seafarers in any and all welfare-related aspects. This integrated approach ensures that access to maritime opportunity is strengthened by structured support. This initiative marks an important first step towards building a stronger maritime ecosystem in Eastern India. By reducing barriers, expanding access, and strengthening welfare support, it makes seafaring careers more accessible and better supported. The Mercantile Marine Department office at Patna now stands as a symbol of accessible regulation, structured welfare, and inclusive maritime growth for Eastern India.
So ladies and gentlemen, this is the digital inauguration. Please put your hands together. शुभ उद्घाटन किया गया है माननीय मंत्री महोदय के शुभ हाथों द्वारा. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister of State, for the inauguration. और इस उद्घाटन के बाद अब बारी है आगे बढ़ने की. And ladies and gentlemen, now sir will be initiating the formal commencement of redevelopment works of नाबिक गृह समिति. उसी के बारे में एक छोटी सी झलक हम वीडियो में देखना चाहेंगे.
For over 7 decades, Nabik Grih Samiti has stood as a shelter of trust for India's seafarers. Established in 1954 as a benevolent institution for the sea-going community and inaugurated by Dr. Bidhan Chandra Roy, Nabik Grih Samiti was founded on a simple principle: to provide affordable, dignified accommodation to those who serve at sea. Located at 1/1 Diamond Harbour Road beside CPT Colony, Taratala, Kolkata 700038, it has remained a landmark hostel for officers, ratings and trainees for generations. For many, Nabik Grih was their first address in Kolkata. At times, accommodation here costs as little as 150 rupees per day for officers and 75 rupees per day for ratings. But like many legacy institutions, time has left its imprint. Aging dormitories, common toilets and canteen areas have been described by some seafarers as needing improvement. Yet even in these conversations, there is affection. The message is clear. The attachment remains strong, and so does the need for renewal. Recognizing this, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the Directorate General of Shipping and the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society have undertaken a flagship initiative to repair, upgrade and expand Nabik Grih Samiti. Dormitories will be renovated. Washrooms will be modernized with improved plumbing, ventilation and hygiene standards. The canteen and common areas will be upgraded to create cleaner, more comfortable shared spaces. Upgraded ICT infrastructure, high-speed internet, CCTV surveillance and improved access control will enhance safety, transparency and connectivity. And as part of this Sagar Mein Samman flagship effort, a dedicated girls' hostel will be developed within the campus. This new facility will provide safe, secure and dignified accommodation for women seafarers and maritime trainees. Designed with gender-sensitive spaces, improved privacy, enhanced security systems and modern amenities, it reflects India's commitment to inclusive maritime growth. The project has been approved with a total estimated cost of 5.4 crore rupees and targeted for completion by September 2028. This initiative aligns with India's obligations under the Maritime Labour Convention 2006, particularly Regulation 4.4 on shore-based welfare facilities. In May 2024, the Directorate General of Shipping issued strengthened guidelines for Indian ports to develop accessible welfare facilities for seafarers ashore. Navik Griha Samiti's upgradation reflects this national commitment, ensuring that shore-based facilities are not only available but decent, inclusive and MLC compliant. The heritage of this landmark institution will be preserved. Its affordability will remain central. Its mission will stay unchanged. But its infrastructure will be strengthened so that the next generation of Indian seafarers, men and women alike, have a safe and enabling base in Kolkata. This is more than renovation. It is renewal with respect, an investment in the dignity, safety and future of India's maritime community. Together, MOPSW, DGS and SWFS reaffirm their commitment to every seafarer who calls Kolkata their starting point.
माननीय मंत्री महोदय के शुभ हाथों से एक बार फिर से हमें यह अनुमति मिल चुकी है कि हम नाविक गृह समिति का एक नया रूप आपके सामने 2028 तक ले आ पाएं। जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए क्योंकि नाविक गृह समिति का एक बेहतर रूप आपके सामने हम लाने वाले हैं। इसी के साथ साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए नाविक गृह समिति के बाद अब बारी है मरीन क्लब कोलकाता की। आइए देख लेते हैं एक छोटी सी झलक।
For generations, Kolkata has been one of India's most important maritime gateways. From the Hooghly River to Shyam Prasad Mukherjee Port and Garden Reach, merchant vessels have connected eastern India to global trade routes, carrying cargo, commerce and opportunity across oceans. This maritime ecosystem has supported thousands of seafarers who serve aboard India's merchant fleet. And in every port city, shore-based facilities play a vital role in supporting those who serve at sea. At the heart of this support system in eastern India stands Marine Club Kolkata. Located near the dock and key transport links, Marine Club has long served as a seafarers' hostel and social space for India's merchant navy community. For decades, it has been a transit home during examinations, training periods and sign-on days. One of the few dedicated seafarers clubs in eastern India, it has offered comfort and familiarity to women and men alike. For many, Marine Club has been more than accommodation. It has been a second home. Over time, however, the infrastructure has aged. Rooms have become dated. Washrooms and common areas require refurbishment. Maintenance and hygiene concerns have been raised. Members of the seafaring community have expressed both their attachment and their disappointment. Public posts reflect a shared sentiment, respect for the legacy, but concern that a once important institution has been allowed to decline. This feedback has been heard. Recognizing the need to restore the dignity and functionality of this historic facility, the Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, the Directorate General of Shipping and the Seafarers Welfare Fund Society have initiated a comprehensive repair and infrastructure upgradation program. The objective is clear: to bring Marine Club back to the standards it deserves. The approved works include structural building repairs, complete refurbishment of rooms and washrooms, improved bedding and furnishings, enhanced hygiene standards, upgraded Wi-Fi and ICT facilities, revitalized recreation and common areas, strengthened safety and security systems. This is not a cosmetic renovation. It is a structured modernization effort. The upgraded Marine Club will align with the requirements of Maritime Labour Convention, Regulation 4.4, which calls for decent, accessible, shore-based welfare facilities for seafarers. It will serve India's merchant seafarers, women and men, with dignity, safety and comfort. Marine Club's heritage will be preserved. Its infrastructure will be modernized in line with the Honorable Prime Minister's vision of modernizing India's maritime ecosystem. This initiative strengthens shore-based welfare infrastructure for the nation's merchant seafarers. This is part of a broader commitment to ensure accessible, decent welfare facilities across the country. And as the club evolves, continued feedback from seafarers will remain central to shaping its future. With responsibility, with transparency, and with respect.
एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए आप सभी की ओर से because the inauguration of commencement and redevelopment work of Marine Club Kolkata has been unveiled by Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Ship and Waterways. Thank you very much. इसी के साथ साथ माननीय मंत्री महोदय का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आप वक्त निकालकर आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए हैं। और अब मैं माननीय मंत्री महोदय से अनुरोध करना चाहूँगी, सर आप कृपया please share your visionary leadership and perspective on the future of our maritime sector. So requesting you to kindly address the August gathering, please. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request Shri Shantanu Thakur, Honorable Minister of State, Ministry of Ports, Shipping and Waterways. Ladies and gentlemen.
Namaskar to all of you. On the dais, Sri Shyam Jagannathanji, Director General of Shipping, Sri Sushil Mansingh Khopreji, Additional Director General of Shipping, Captain Nitin Mukeshji, Senior DDG, CRU, SPFO Commissioner, Sri Vikrant Raiji, MMD Kolkata, senior officials of the Ministry and Directorate General of Shipping, distinguished delegates, esteemed panelists, respected representative of Maritime Organization, recruitment agencies, industry leaders, and dear seafarers, also ladies and gentlemen. It gives me immense pleasure to be present in Kolkata, one of India's historic maritime gateways, for the important Symposium on Seafarers Recruitment and Welfare, along with inauguration of Seafarers Outreach Center and MMD office. Under the visionary leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, India's maritime sector is witnessing transformational reforms. The Prime Minister's vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, Maritime India Vision 2030, and the Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047 emphasized not only infrastructure expansion but also human capital development. He has consistently underlined that India's development journey must be powered by skilled youth, transparent governance, and inclusive growth. Our seafarers represent India's skilled strength on the global maritime stage. Today, more than 3 lakhs Indian seafarers serve across international fleets. They are respected worldwide for their professionalism, disciplines, and competence. Also, India is steadily emerging as a preferred maritime manpower nation. However, growth must be built on strong foundation quality, dignity, safety, and welfare. Recruitment must be ethical, contracts must be transparent, accountability must be strict, welfare must be accessible and responsive. हमारा जो सीफेरर का जो सबसे बड़ा बात ये है कि ये लोगों को बहुत दिन तक जब शिप में रहते हैं मेंटली इन लोगों का समस्या आते हैं, जिसके कारण सागर में योग लाया गया है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में सागर में योग एक बहुत बड़ा इनिशिएटिव मैं मानता हूं। इसका कारण योग ही एकमात्र मेंटली जब डिसऑर्डर्ड होने लगते हैं तब उसको ठीक कर सकते हैं। इसीलिए सागर में योग बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है। हमारे सीफेरर्स का दूसरा जो है सागर में सम्मान का, माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में सागर में सम्मान वो भी लाए गए हैं। साथ साथ सीफेरर्स एक बहुत बड़ा इम्पोर्टेंट रोल पालन करते हैं। हमारे खास करके लेडीज़ लोग जो हैं उन लोगों का पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा एक्टिविटीज़ बढ़ गए हैं। पहले से बहुत ज़्यादा उनका ये मैरीटाइम सब्जेक्ट में एज ए सीफेरर्स उनका इंटरेस्ट भी बहुत बढ़ गया है, क्योंकि अभी जो सेफ्टी सिक्योरिटी और उनका जो प्रोफेशनल लाइफ के जिसका स्किल जो है उसमें उन लोगों का इन्वॉल्वमेंट इसलिए हुआ क्योंकि डे बाई डे इसका प्रोग्रेस और इसका जितने सारे डेवलप्ड कलेक्शन है वो बढ़ते जा रहा है। इसी के कारण लेडीज़ लोगों का भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट बहुत ज़्यादा हो रहा है। मैं मानता हूँ क्योंकि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी पूरे मैरीटाइम सेक्टर को विश्व के 5 विकसित देश के शामिल करना चाहते हैं, क्योंकि ये बहुत ही लेट हो चुका है। क्योंकि 2014 के बाद ही माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस सेक्टर को धीरे धीरे बढ़ावा दिया। आप लोग जानते हैं इनलैंड वाटरवेज जो हैं उसमें भी बहुत बड़ा डेवलपमेंट का सब्जेक्ट लाया जा रहा है। पहले तो ओनली 5 इनलैंड वाटरवेज थे, अभी इनलैंड वाटरवेज का संख्या 111 हो चुका है। और इसमें सबसे खास बात यह है कि इनलैंड वाटरवेज में अगर ट्रांसपोर्ट करते हैं तो सबसे चीपर होता है। अदर्स ट्रांसपोर्ट के तुलना में इस ट्रांसपोर्टेशन बहुत ही एक अच्छा और लाभदायक ट्रांसपोर्टेशन होता है। तो धीरे धीरे जैसे हमारे इनलैंड वाटरवेज का डेवलपमेंट बढ़ता जाएगा, संशोधन होता जाएगा, उतना ही हमारा इनलैंड वाटरवेज का भी यूज़ बढ़ता जाएगा। आप लोगों ने ये भी जानते हैं कि माननीय वित्त मंत्री जी ने हमारे शिप बिल्डिंग के लिए भी बहुत फाइनेंशियली बहुत हेल्प किया, इन्वेस्टमेंट किए हैं, क्योंकि शिप बिल्डिंग भी एक बहुत इम्पोर्टेंट सब्जेक्ट है हमारे मैरीटाइम सब्जेक्ट में। साथ साथ हमारे डीजी शिपिंग का जो रोल है, ये डीजी शिपिंग का रोल बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंस ही लाएगा पूरे सब्जेक्ट को एक स्ट्रेंथ बनाने के लिए। मैं मानता हूँ कि हमारा जो टारगेट है 2047 विकसित भारत और 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी, इस इकोनॉमी को जनरेट करने के लिए, इसको सबसे बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमारे मैरीटाइम सब्जेक्ट एक बहुत मोस्ट इम्पॉर्टेंट रोल पालन करेगा, क्योंकि शिप के सिवा, बाल्क कार्गो के सिवा हम लोग एक्सपोर्ट इंपोर्ट नहीं कर सकते। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जहां कहे हैं कि ज़्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करानी है, तो एक्सपोर्ट कराने के लिए सबसे बड़ा साधन मैं मानता हूं शिप्स ही है। और शिप्स जब उसका खुद का रोल प्ले करेगा तभी इकोनॉमी और उसके साथ साथ भारत का जो सागर का विकास ये तो होता ही जाएगा। तो आप लोग आज आए हुए हैं इधर, बहुत ही आनंद की बात है, और हम लोगों ने एक साथ मिलकर आगे ये जो सब्जेक्ट है, ये सब्जेक्ट को बढ़ाएंगे। साथ साथ हम लोगों का उद्देश्य जो है 2030 2047 इसको बढ़ावा देने के लिए हमको बहुत सारे प्रोग्रेस लाना है, बहुत सारे डेवलपमेंट के माध्यम से चलना है, जो बहुत सारे चीज़ को इनोग्रेट कराना है, उसका रिन्यूफिकेशन करानी है, क्योंकि सब ओल्ड रह गए हैं। धीरे धीरे इसका रिन्यूफिकेशन होके इसका बदल आ रहा है। तो मैं मानता हूँ सभी लोगों का पार्टिसिपेशन, आज का ये प्रोग्राम बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण एक प्रोग्राम बनाए हुए हैं। इसी के साथ साथ मैं मेरा बात को आगे नहीं बढ़ाते हुए यहाँ विराम देता हूँ। सबको नमस्कार, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका। एक बार फिर से आपको धन्यवाद कहना चाहेंगे कि आप वक्त निकालकर आज हमारे बीच उपस्थित हुए, आपने उद्घाटन किया एवं आपने अपने आशीर्वचन से हमें आगे बढ़ने की प्रेरणा दी, आगे बढ़ने का राह दिखाया। Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move forward, and now we are about to commence session 1, which will focus on the Directorate General of Shipping's perspective on seafarers recruitment and welfare. And ladies and gentlemen, it is my privilege to request Captain Nitin Mukesh, DDG Crew and Member Secretary SWFS, as well as Commissioner SPFO, to kindly step forward, and sir will present projections on seafarer welfare schemes and infrastructure. एंड बिफोर सर स्टार्ट्स, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी आप सभी से प्लीज़ अपना स्थान ग्रहण कर लीजिए, क्योंकि हमारी मीडिया टीम जो यहाँ आप खड़े हैं, पीछे जो लोग बैठे हैं उनको दिखाई नहीं दे रहा। सो इफ़ यू कुड प्लीज़ गो बैक टू योर सीट्स एंड वहाँ से अगर आप कैप्चर करें, यस यू कुड सिट डाउन, यस थैंक यू वेरी मच, दैट वुड बी ऑफ ग्रेट हेल्प, थैंक यू। इसी के साथ साथ लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, सर विल प्रेजेंट प्रोजेक्शंस ऑन सीफेरर वेलफेयर स्कीम्स एंड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर। And will share valuable insights on strengthening institutional support systems. Captain Mukesh will also highlight recent developments in the Seafarers Provident Fund Office and Pranam Facilitation Services. And before sir starts, मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी हमारे ऑनरेबल डिग्निटरीज से, माननीय मंत्री महोदय साहब से, कि आप कृपया जाकर अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें, और साथ ही साथ हमारे सभी डिग्निटरीज का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद मंच पर हमारे साथ बने रहने के लिए। और हमारी मैनेजमेंट टीम से मैं रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी टू काइंडली क्लियर द स्टेज एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल बिफोर वी स्टार्ट द प्रेजेंटेशन। एंड मैं मीडिया पार्टनर्स को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कहना चाहूँगी कि आप हमारे बीच आज उपस्थित हुए हैं। थैंक यू सो मच फॉर बीइंग हियर एंड कवरिंग दिस इवेंट, एंड ऑल्सो फॉर लिसनिंग टू मी जब मैंने आपसे रिक्वेस्ट की कि आप कृपया बैठ जाए। थैंक यू वेरी मच, दैट मीन्स सो मच। मैं मैनेजमेंट टीम से रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगी हॉल मैनेजमेंट से टू काइंडली क्लियर द स्टेज एज अर्ली एज पॉसिबल। हॉल मैनेजमेंट, आपसे अनुरोध है कि जल्द से जल्द ज़रा स्टेज खाली किया जाए ताकि हम आगे की प्रेजेंटेशन की ओर आगे बढ़ सके। और इसी के साथ साथ आज हमारे जितने भी गेस्ट हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं, आप सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। Yes, thanking each and everyone who are present here. And ladies and gentlemen, this is our session 1, the first session which will focus on the Directorate General of Shipping's perspective on seafarers' recruitment and welfare. And ladies and gentlemen, Captain Nitin Mukesh will be coming up on stage shortly, and he will present projections on seafarer welfare schemes and infrastructure, outline forthcoming initiatives, and share valuable insights on strengthening institutional support systems. Captain Mukesh will also highlight recent developments in the Seafarers Provident Fund Office and Pranam Facilitation Services. This segment underscores financial security, transparency in fund management, and facilitation mechanisms designed to ensure long-term stability for our seafarers, because we think about our seafarers. Ladies and gentlemen, with that, we would like to move forward. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands as I request Captain Nitin Mukesh to kindly join me on stage. Please put your hands together.
Namaskar, respected Honorable Chief Guest, Sri Santanu Thakur Sir, Honorable Minister of State for Minister of Port, Shipping and Waterway. DG Sir, Sri Shyam Jaganathan, Additional DG Sir, Sushil Mansingh Khopde, other dignitary, RPSL company, and beloved seafarer. ये जो मैं प्रेजेंटेशन दिखा रहा हूँ आपको, ये seafarer के लिए है. ये not for RPSL company or anyone. This is for the seafarer benefit. और ये आपके लिए थोड़ा ध्यान से देखिएगा क्योंकि इसमें seafarer welfare fund society के बारे में बताया जाएगा, different schemes के बारे में बोली जाएंगी और SPFO के बारे में बताया जाएगा. As a member secretary बनने से पहले I was not aware that there was a SWFS or SPFO. When I was selling, I sold for 17 years, but मेरे को पता नहीं था. हाँ. तो अभी we have got the initiative, DG sir के हम लोग initiative लिए हैं कि that every RPSL symposium will show SWFS, SPFO, and other initiative which is taken for the seafarer benefit. तो ये seafarer ये आपके लिए है और आप ध्यान से देखिए, एक स्कीम देखिए और अपने परिवार और अपने फैमिली मेंबर को बताइए कि हम लोग को क्या बेनिफिट्स हैं और सोसाइटी क्या कर रही है अंडर द गाइडेंस ऑफ मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग एंड वाटरवे एंड डायरेक्टरेट जनरल ऑफ शिपिंग. SWFS, this is your welfare, your right and your future. This SWFS was established in 1964. 1964, can you imagine? But we are not aware that what is this SWFS. It is an autonomous society under the Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterway, and it operates under the MOA, Memorandum of Association, and it is funded through contribution from RPSL company. RPSL company play a vital part, ship owner and shipping cess. अभी आप जो देख रहे हैं, have you seen that? How much money SWFS has got? 812 crores. 812 crores for the seafarer welfare only, for the seafarer welfare. 769 crores, it is in the gratuity fund, that is for the seafarer. and 40 crores for the administrative fund. So how much we have got? 812 crores for the welfare. But हम लोग कितने welfare कर रहे हैं? डीजे सर के presentation में आपने देखा होगा 1 year में we are able to give only 6 करोड़, 6 करोड़. इंटरेस्ट भी नहीं पहुंच पा रहा है. जो इंटरेस्ट 70-80 करोड़ जनरेट करती है SWFS, वो भी हम लोग नहीं दे पा रहे हैं सीफेरर को, क्योंकि ये जानकारी किसी को नहीं है. बहुत कम सीफेरर SWFS के बारे में जानते हैं. तो इसी के क्रम में हम लोगों ने पहला सिंपोजियम किया था मुंबई में, सेकंड सिंपोजियम हम लोगों ने किया था दिल्ली में, और थर्ड कलकत्ता में. तो वेस्ट इंडिया हो गया, नॉर्थ इंडिया हो गया एंड ईस्ट इंडिया. तो मोस्ट प्रोबेबली वी हैव नॉट डिसाइडेड, तो शायद भी हम लोग साउथ में जाएं. As I was telling, why SWFS matters. It provides comprehensive financial protections, including rupees 6 lakhs. Can you see rupees 6 lakhs support in case of death or permanent disability, and a structured old age benefit up to rupees 1.5 lakhs. Agar it also strengthen medical security through rupees 10 lakhs critical illness assistance and insurance premium support. And this scheme also invests in the future by providing up to rupees 2 lakhs for career progressions and financial supports for children educations. And in times of crisis, additional ex gratia of rupees 2 lakhs for death on board and monthly assistance for a stranded seafarer. It ensures immediate relief and dignity. इतने सारे सीफेरर बैठे हैं. डू इमेजिन दैट इतने सारे प्रोग्राम हैं अपने पास SWFS के पास? आई डोंट थिंक किसी को मालूम होगा. These are the complete scheme overview. Effective from 1st January 2026, SWFS administer 11 structure welfare scheme, जिसके बारे में मैं अभी बताऊंगा. इतने सारे schemes हैं. सर्वाइवर बेनिफिट स्कीम, इनवैलिडिटी बेनिफिट स्कीम. अगले नेक्स्ट स्लाइड में विल सी दैट डिफरेंट स्कीम, व्हाट इज द क्राइटेरिया, क्या क्या करना है उसमें. एंड दीज स्कीम्स कवर डेथ, डिसेबिलिटी, मैटरनिटी, एजुकेशन, अबेंडमेंट, ओल्ड एज, मेडिकल सपोर्ट एंड प्रोफेशनल एडवांसमेंट. एंड दिस फ्यू वेलफेयर सिस्टम ग्लोबली प्रोवाइड सच comprehensive and structured coverage. Now the first scheme, we started with 2 lakhs in 2016. Now it has gone up to 6 lakh rupees. So in the unfortunate event of death, the registered nominee will get 6 lakh rupees from 1st January 2026. 1st January 2026 से. और and these are the eligibility conditions. The nominee should be registered, and disease must be last engaged through Indian shipping company or RPSL holder. और इसमें next of kin just apply करें and they will get this within 10 to 15 days. 10 से 15 दिन के अंदर आपको benefit आपके accounts में transfer हो जाएंगे. And this underline one critical message, that is what? Registrations and documentations are essential. So these are the conditions, these are the documents: death certificate, copy of Indian CDC, and nominee registration proof for last voyage, and these are the conditions. And this you will get unfitness certificate. You can take it from the DG Shipping approved doctor also. We apply that also. And the approved doctor also, we apply that also. And the objective here is rehabilitation support and to ensure that a seafarer who can no longer serve at sea is not left financially stranded. इसमें आप देखेंगे स्कीम्स, अगर आप देखेंगे तो सारे तरह के स्कीम्स SWFS लेके आए आप. जैसे पहला था डेथ स्कीम, दूसरा स्कीम अगर आप अनफिट हो गए. now the third scheme is maternity benefit scheme. This is for the female seafarer, and this is in line with Sagar Mein Samman, and it is progressive steps towards gender inclusivity in the maritime sector. We give 50,000 rupees per delivery, up to maximum of 2 deliveries. So what does it say? Women are an integral part of India maritime workforce and deserve institutional support during maternity. Fourth scheme is family benefit schemes. As you know, the education is a long-term social security. Suppose any seafarer child who has joined pre-sea training course, they will get 1 lakh rupees, and if postgraduate, they will get 50,000 rupees. Do not think this is a merely financial aid. It is an investment in the next generation. So we have thought for the next generation also in the SWFS while providing the aid. That time was the next generation. Now it has come to the previous generation, those who have left the sea. So at the age of 65, a seafarer become eligible, and do not think it is only for the ratings, it is for the ship officers also. Officers के लिए भी है, हम लोग के लिए भी है, और ratings के लिए भी है, और cadets के लिए भी है. तो कोई भी इसमें we have not left behind कि that any disparity और इनको नहीं देंगे, उनको नहीं देंगे. Indian CDC होना चाहिए अब और Indian seafarer होने चाहिए. That's all. You will get the benefit of the SWFS. इसमें अगर 65 years का seafarer हो गया, we'll give 50,000 rupees straight away. And if that seafarer gone for 75 years, we'll give 1 lakh additional benefit. This also ensure recognition and support during advance year, especially when earning capacity demands. जब आप earn नहीं कर रहे हैं तब भी SWFS आपके साथ खड़ा है. आप देखेंगे डेथ, अनफिट, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, प्रीवियस जनरेशन, और जब आप काम नहीं कर रहे हैं तब भी आपके साथ SWFS है, फाइनेंशियल बेनिफिट आपको प्रोवाइड कर रहा है. दिस इज डेथ ऑन बोर्ड बेनिफिट स्कीम. सपोज द डेथ हैपेंस ऑन बोर्ड, कंपनी प्रोवाइड करेगी, इट विल टेक सम टाइम विद द इंश्योरेंस एंड ऑल, बट वी प्रोवाइड 2 lakhs rupees within 10 days. Once they apply, they no need to apply. Once we get the information from the DG Shipping, we contact next of kin and we provide that benefit of 2 lakhs rupees to the seafarer. And strict timelines is given in this. Within 10 days, and sometime it is within 5 days, we provide this to the seafarer. This is also most important. अभी आप लोग सुनते होंगे कि सबसे ज़्यादा अमेंडमेंट इंडियन सीफेरर को ही, इंडियन सीफेरर ही हैं. उसके लिए हम लोग लेके आए हैं ये कि दैट सपोज द सीफेरर है स्ट्रैंडेड और अबेंडेंड, विल गिव 20,000 rupees per month up to 12 months. Once the seafarer is declared abandoned, we'll provide to their family 20,000 for 12 months. So around 2,40,000 we give. This is a this humanitarian measure ensure that abandonment does not translate into destitution. तभी आप देखिए स्टेप बाय स्टेप कि हर तरह के चीज़ों में SWFS सीफेरर के लिए के साथ खड़ा है. अभी now we give award to the meritorious child of the seafarer. Suppose the some seafarer child got top ranks in the board exam, or so we pay 25,000 rupees prize also for the son or daughter of an Indian seafarer holding valid CDC. This is also the we are giving to the next generation. This is the new one which has come from the 1st January 2026. Medical insurance. Suppose we take a medical, term insurance cover, critical insurance cover, medical insurance policy. आप 10,000 का प्लान लिया आपने और आपने प्रोड्यूस किया SWFS के पास, तो we'll give 5,000 rupees to the seafarer. अभी आप देखें कि हर जगह मेडिकल, डेथ, नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, प्रीवियस जनरेशन, सबके लिए कुछ ना कुछ स्कीम्स हैं। तो इसका आप ध्यान से, ब्रोशर भी हम लोग देंगे अभी सबको, इसका फ़ायदा उठाइए और ये पैसा आपका है, सी फेरर के लिए। आरपीएसएल पैसा जमा करती है, उसको हम लोग रखते हैं, वी आर ओनली द कस्टोडियन। आप उस पैसे को यूटिलाइज कीजिए। This is the medical support scheme. Medical support scheme, suppose some seafarer, we received the complaint that there is no plan for this. From the 1st January 2026, suppose that some seafarer is diagnosed with a critical or terminal illness, from the IRDA approved list, we'll give a 2 lakhs rupees to the seafarers. बहुत बार होता है कि उनका मेडिकल फैसिलिटी है ही नहीं, पैसा ही नहीं है, दे कैन गिव। सो 2 लाख रुपया हम लोग वन टाइम पेमेंट वी गिव टू द सीफेरर। अभी उसके बाद कैरियर प्रोग्रेशन स्कीम, रेटिंग्स। अभी रेटिंग्स सेल करते हैं और उसके बाद उनको भी ऑफिसर बनना है, तो उनको प्रमोट करने के लिए सपोज दैट सीफेरर्स suppose the seafarers, the ratings becomes an officer's, one time assistance we provide for 2 lakhs rupees for the career progression scheme. Rating ने बहुत मेहनत करके he has got the officer certificate, तो उसके लिए भी schemes हैं। Now how to apply for the SWFS? The main question, how to apply? Nothing to do, अभी हम लोग we are still in the process for online application, लेकिन for the time being we have uploaded the application on the DG shipping site, वहाँ से डाउनलोड करें और फॉर्म फिलअप करके you can send it to us on the SWFS email ID, and I am the member secretary, so you can send it to me also. So and email is given on the DG shipping site. एप्लीकेशन सबमिट कीजिए, देयर इज ए टाइम लाइन, सारे स्कीम्स के लिए विथिन 15 days वी ट्राई टू डिस्पर्स बाय द RTAGS. For all the schemes, you have to check the documents, what all the documents it required to be given. It is given on the DG shipping site also, that what all documents are required for application. So send along with the documents with the nominee proofs and all. So you will get as per the scheme conditions, as per the criteria given in the schemes. What is the common misconceptions? First misconception is only the seafarer can apply himself. No, family member and the nominee can also apply. Benefits come automatically. नहीं, आपको एप्लीकेशन देना पड़ेगा, नहीं तो वी विल नॉट कम टू नो कि किसको देना है, किसको नहीं देना है. द क्राइटेरिया इज गिवन. फॉरेन सीफेयरर्स ऑन इंडियन शिप्स आर एलिजिबल. For SWFS, only Indian seafarer with a valid Indian CDC qualify, and the foreign nationals are excluded, even if they are working on the Indian flagged vessel. Fourth misconception is I can claim anytime, no deadline. ऐसा नहीं है. Deadline is given for all the schemes. Some deadline is 3 months, some deadline is 3 years. We cannot keep waiting for the applications. A foreign COC qualify for the COC schemes. नहीं, only Indian COC. Ratings from COP to COC, Indian ratings. SWFS only helps after a seafarer dies. ऐसा नहीं है. सबके लिए we have made a scheme, and I also request that if you have got anything in the mind, send it to us. We can put it in the com. There is a com, and we decide. From the FOSMA, MASA, INSA, there are the people who decides that what all scheme need to be given to the seafarer. तो आप लोग हम लोग को भेज सकते हैं idea, then we'll try to generate. Why seafarer miss out on benefit? मैं स्टार्ट में ही बोला था कि that they are unaware of SWFS existence. मेरे को भी पता नहीं था. I was not aware. SWFS नाम की कोई चीज़ है. From 1966 it is there, but हमको ही नहीं पता है. तो seafarer को तो पता ही नहीं होगा. और खासकर it is centered in the Mumbai. तो कोलकाता seafarer को तो और भी नहीं मालूम होगा किधर है SWFS. But we have made sure now कि MMD में एक staffs को we have put that you can take the application there also. And just now that Honorable Minister has inaugurated, और उसमें एक पटना में तो एक अलग से ही एक ऑफिस ही खोला गया है SWFS का. Missed claim deadlines. Nominee not registered. आप नॉमिनी बाद में भेज दीजिए. Nominee from the collector. Incomplete documentations, language literacy barriers, and family not informed. So these are the why the seafarer missed out on benefit. What we have seen, generally it is a SWFS में जो claim हम लोग देखते हैं उसमें generally it is a Western India centric. There is the importance of proper registration and nominee updating. So these are the criteria. CDC must be valid and active. Update nominee. Nominee, we take it from the RPSL company also, and we take it through the family. Sea service through RPSL Indian Shipping Company. The fourth one is very important for all the seafarers. Please inform your family also. Okay, there is a SWFS. What all the schemes? At least they are aware कि हमको क्या करना है. What is the way forward? Way forward is digital transformations. We are working on this ERP-based solution for paperless transparent disbursement, and we are hoping that within 1 year it will come, because already we have awarded the tender, और 1 साल के अंदर we are expecting 1 साल के अंदर वो आ जाएगा. We are also working on that enhanced medical and insurance. Awareness and outreach, ये जो हम लोग अभी कर रहे हैं, this is we wanted to create awareness. Public को पता ही नहीं है. And outreach, we will reach, first we'll reach to the metro city, then we'll go to the tier 2 city also for this to generate that seafarers should know. Efficient governance, सुधार की हर जगह ज़रूरत है, वहाँ पे भी सुधार की ज़रूरत है SWFS में. Future ready welfare, मैंने आइडिया पूछा है, आइडिया आप लोग बताइए. एंड एक्सपेंडेड कवरेज. सो वी वांट टू एक्सपेंड. अभी हम लोग 6-7 करोड़ ही खर्च कर पा रहे हैं. 1 साल में मैक्सिमम 10 करोड़ जाता है, और हम लोग का इंटरेस्ट ही मिलता है हम लोग को 80 करोड़. हम लोग वही खर्च नहीं कर पा रहे हैं. तो क्लेम ही नहीं है. देयर इज नो क्लेम. देयर इज दैट पीपल आर नॉट अवेयर, देन हाउ दे विल कम. So what is the action required? You register with SWFS, update your nominee, keep document ready, brief your family, know your deadlines, and spread awareness. अभी रिक्वेस्ट है यहाँ पे जितने भी RPSL कंपनी बैठी हैं, प्लीज टेल टू द सीफेयर कि these are the benefits. आपको ब्रोशर मिलेगा. If you require the brochure more from the directorate, you can tell us. We can send it to your company, और वहाँ से आप सीफेयर को बताएं. These are the key reforms and achievement with effect from 1st January. Family protection, already told you. Life cycle based social security, education and career advancement support. ये अभी हम लोग 1st January से लेकर आए हैं. We rationalize the scheme. We have increased the benefits. Expanded risk and crisis coverage framework, institutional identity and governance reforms. And what is the net reforms? A structured welfare architecture, enhanced financial security, expanded coverage across life cycle and crisis stage, modernize and identifiable institutional framework. This is the address, but we are going to change. We have taken a new office, so we'll be changing within 6 months. This is the address of the SWFS, and email ID is given down below. So this was regarding the SWFS, what we are doing with the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. And एक और चीज़ we wanted to tell you that SWFS has also taken initiative for SW BAT, just like Navigri Samiti, Marine Club Kolkata, and other club also. We have provided assistance to the JNP also. So वो भी हम लोग कर रहे हैं. That is on the side of the schemes. This is one of the initiative of SWFS, प्रणाम काउंटर. आपने लोगों ने देखा होगा एयरपोर्ट पे प्रणाम काउंटर रहती है, बट वो वीआईपी लोगों के लिए रहती है. अभी हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट किया है सीफेरर्स के लिए, बट अभी ऑन द एक्सपेरिमेंट वाइज अभी टर्मिनल 2 T2 मुंबई में ही है, एंड ओनली फॉर द यूके बाउंड, बट अदर पीपल कैन ऑल्सो अप्रोच देम, अदर सीफेरर. This was Pranam. This was inauguration, which was done just 1.5 months back at Mumbai. This is the Pranam Meet and Assist at Terminal 2. At present, we are only at Mumbai. So if that experiment gets successful, then we'll proceed to other airport also. So why it was required? This, next slide. This is about Pranam. For the efficient and convenient personalized service, optimum of luxury, special need assistance, streamlined navigation, and 24/7 customer support. And to streamline this, we have issued a DG Shipping Circular number 02 of 2026. This is the official mandate, and this scope of that circular is that all seafarer which is utilizing T2 Mumbai Airport for e-migration for them, because nearly 10,000 of seafarers transit through T2 Mumbai every month. So there was no dedicated maritime facilitation system. और इस होता क्या था कि that seafarer directly approach करते थे airlines को, and they go to the immigration counter, और वहाँ पे कुछ documentation fraud हो जाती थी, तो they were arrested and put it in the police. उसके बाद DG Shipping कुछ नहीं कर पाती, क्योंकि उसके बाद पुलिस के हाथ में चले जाती है केस. एक मेजर रीज़न यही था कि हम लोग ने कि that first you approach to the counter, get your documentation checked, एंड जो फॉर्म 1 इशू होती है वो चेक हो जाती है, मालूम चल जाता है कि दिस सीफेरर इज नॉट ए फ्रॉड, RPSL इज नॉट इशू ए फ्रॉड लेटर. बहुत बार फ्रॉड लेटर इशू होने के बाद फिर वो सीफेरर जेल में चला जाता है इमिग्रेशन के पास पकड़ने के बाद. एंड दूसरी रीज़न भी क्या है कि दैट वी ऑफर स्ट्रीमलाइन नेविगेशन, स्पेशल नीड सपोर्ट एंड 24/7 कस्टमर असिस्टेंट. आप वहाँ जाएंगे तो 2 people will be always stand by at the terminal 2 to assist you for the UK bound as well as other bound. So RPSL, please tell your seafarer if they are joining for the terminal 2 to contact them for the documentation check and informing to the airlines, because UK bound flight में आपको अगर terminal 2 से जा रहे हैं तो आपको जाने नहीं दिया जाएगा until unless your documentation is checked. So this I was telling, documentation failure, fraud and exploitation risks, repatriation hardship, vulnerable group gaps and poor India maritime image. पकड़े जाते हैं, फिर मालूम चलता है कल के न्यूज़पेपर में कि सीफेरर ज्वाइन करने गया एंड दे आर कॉट. तो इमेज सीफेरर की खराब होती है, और जो एजेंट ने इशू किया वो तो मिलेगा ही नहीं, उसका फ़ोन तो बंद ही हो जाएगा. This is the key feature of Patna. Patna operates as a comprehensive 24/7 on-ground support system. It provides immediate assistance at the airport, prevent fraud through the document verification, and support immigration and compliance process. This platform also addresses emergency situations, supports women and vulnerable seafarers, and ensures seamless coordination with authorities and shipping companies. It also serves as an awareness and welfare facilitation touch point. इसके बाद हम लोगों ने 7 to 8 seafarer को पकड़ा है फ्रॉड डॉक्यूमेंटेशन में. ऑलरेडी वो काउंटर पे ही पकड़ा गया, और वो पकड़ा गया तो जेल नहीं गया एटलीस्ट. बेचारे उस सीफेयर को पता ही नहीं था कि जो डॉक्यूमेंट्स हमको फॉर्म 1 इशू किया गया है दैट इज फेक. Before Patna, you can see in the slide, there was no dedicated facilitation system at airport. अभी एटलीस्ट सीफेयर तो प्राउड फील करेगा कि हमारा भी काउंटर है, सीफेयर का भी काउंटर है, एंड इट इज़ ए फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट. देयर इज नो कॉस्ट applicable to the seafarer. एंड पहले क्या होता था कि दे फॉलोड द जनरल पैसेंजर प्रोसेसेस. जब हम लोग ज्वाइन करते थे तो कोई पूछने वाला नहीं रहता था कि भाई आप गए काउंटर पे, एयरलाइंस में दिए, फिर उसके बाद आपका बोला चले जाओ, जस्ट लाइक ए नॉर्मल पैसेंजर. अभी क्या हुआ है, ए स्ट्रक्चर सीफेयर असिस्टेंस काउंटर, गाइडेड मूवमेंट, ऑन ग्राउंड कंप्लायंस सपोर्ट एंड सिग्निफिकेंटली रिड्यूस ट्रैवल डिसरप्शन. अगर वहाँ से क्लियर हो गया, फिर एक QR कोड होती है, वो बताता है एयरलाइंस को, फिर आपको चेक कुछ नहीं होती है टिल इमिग्रेशन. इमिग्रेशन तो अपना चेक करेगी जो चेक करना है, एंड आफ्टर दैट यू आर अलाउड टू बोर्ड द एयरक्राफ्ट. लॉन्च की सर्विस हम लोग नहीं प्रोवाइड करते हैं, बट इफ दे पे दे कैन गेट. एंड दिस इज 24/7 एंड it provides supports in repatriation and mortal remain cases, emergency welfare coordinations, and in immigration documentation support. It also ensures protections of women and vulnerable seafarers, strengthen coordination with ports and authority, and actively work to prevent fraud and cheating. Overall, it functions as a comprehensive maritime facilitation support system at the airport. These are the key operational support services. Anyone can approach at Terminal T2, any seafarers can approach to the documents. It is at the gate number 8 or sometimes it is at gate number 2 at the T2. And it is supported by the UK government, SWFS, NUSI and MUI. These 4 people support this Patna counter. They contributes. This way forward, we want to expand Patna to the major international airports on the key seafarer routes. क्योंकि जो fraud रहेंगे वो तो T2 में नहीं जाकर कहीं और से fly करा देंगे. तो we want to expand to other airport also. We also want to integrate digitally with shipping company and managing agent for real-time coordinations. And phase 3 will be the strengthened capacity through continuous training and service refinements. The objective is to institutionalize Patna as a national maritime facilitation standards. So this is the Patna. The crew branch deals with this. SWFS, NUSI, DGCOM Center, there is a 24/7 grievance. This is the phone number. And just like Patna, that 2 person will be always standby at the gate number T2 at airport. This is the major initiative of SWFS, Seafarer Welfare Fund Society. Now I come to the SPFO. I am the SPFO commissioner also. So SPFO, पता नहीं बहुत लोग का मैं देखता हूँ कि पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, they are not aware. Because when we get the CDC, when I got my CDC checked, my money is also remaining with the SPFO. तो आप लोग भी प्लीज़ चेक कराइए. बहुत सारे पैसे पड़े हुए हैं जिनका कोई माई बाप नहीं है, कोई नहीं है देखने वाला, उसको पैसा पड़ा हुआ है. तो आप लोग चेक कराइए और पैसा लेके जाइए. इसलिए थर्ड इज द SPFO, Seafarer Provident Fund Organization. इसलिए मैंने एसपीएफओ के स्टाफ्स को भी यहाँ पे ला के बैठाया हुआ है कि दैट कुछ भी हो तो यू कैन कॉन्टैक्ट देम। एसपीएफओ मीन्स व्हाट? कैडेट लोग देखो इसको ध्यान से, तुम लोग के काम की चीज़ है। एसडब्ल्यूएफएस एंड एसपीएफओ पढ़नाम भी थी T2 जब जाओगे तब। एसपीएफओ इट इज़ ए पिलर ऑफ लॉन्ग टर्म फाइनेंशियल सिक्योरिटी फॉर इंडियन सीफेयर। जब आपको ओल्ड एज के हो जाएंगे, कोई पूछने वाला नहीं रहेगा, तो एसपीएफओ का पैसा है आपके पास। इट इज एस्टैब्लिश अंडर द सीमेंस प्रोविडेंट फंड एक्ट 1966। एसपीएफओ ऑपरेट्स अंडर द मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ पोर्ट शिपिंग एंड वाटरवे एंड इट इज ऑल्सो गवर्न बाय द बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टी। जैसे मैंने बताया था, एसडब्ल्यूएफएस कॉम मेंबर्स हैं कमिटी ऑफ मैनेजमेंट, जिसमें फॉस्मा, मासा, इंसा सारे लोग हैं, यूनियंस, एंड यहाँ पे भी बोर्ड ऑफ ट्रस्टी है। ये भी ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है एंड इसका एक स्ट्रक्चर है एंड दिट रिप्रेजेंट एम्प्लॉयर्स एंड एम्प्लॉय एंड फॉर नियरली 6 decades it has safeguarded the retirement saving of our seafarers. Why SPFO matters? ऐसा नहीं समझिए कि इट इज़ ओनली डिडक्शन फ्रॉम द सैलरी, इट इज़ ए सेविंग सिस्टम। आपका पैसा सुरक्षित है, योर मनी इज सेफ विथ एसपीएफओ। इट बिल्ड्स ए लॉन्ग टर्म रिटायरमेंट कॉर्पस थ्रू सिस्टमेटिक अकोमुलेशंस ड्यूरिंग ए सीफेयर सेलिंग कैरियर। आप कुछ कुछ कंट्रीब्यूट कर रहे हैं, आपका पैसा सेव हो रहा है। इट प्रोटेक्ट्स फैमिली थ्रू नॉमिनेशन प्रोविजन। एंड एक चीज़ और इसमें, दैट आई वॉज नॉट अवेयर बिफोर आई बिकम द कमिश्नर, it allow partial withdrawal during genuine needs such as a medical treatment, housing, marriage और educations। आप अगर अनएम्प्लॉयड में है 6 मंथ के लिए, तो आपको पैसा एसपीएफओ से आपका कंट्रीब्यूट किया हुआ पैसा मिलेगा, यू विल गेट। एंड ऑल्सो इट अलाइंस विद द मेरीटाइम लेबर कन्वेंशन 2006 स्टैंडर्ड्स, इंश्योरिंग इंटरनेशनल बेंचमार्क सोशल सिक्योरिटी। अभी मैं एसपीएफओ के बारे में बताऊंगा कि क्या क्या इसमें ऑटोनोमस बॉडी है। और दिस इज अ नॉन रिफंडेबल विड्रॉल एंड व्हाट यू सी पारा 58, इट इज गिवन इन द सेक्शन पारा 58। अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, व्हाट आई वाज टेलिंग, अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, अगर आप अनएम्प्लॉयड हैं, आई थिंक इट इज फॉर 6 months, देन यू कैन क्लेम द मनी, योर्स मनी। मेडिकल ट्रीटमेंट for self and dependent family members. House purchase, suppose you want to purchase a house, एक हर लोग का सपना होता है कि अपना घर हो, उसमें भी एसपीएफओ आपको आपका पैसा 75% आपको देगी। मैरिज एंड एजुकेशन, चाइल्ड मैरिज में आजकल बहुत पैसे लगते हैं, वहाँ पे भी, एजुकेशन में भी, एंड ऑल दिस थिंग्स your money only is given, your and employers and employee money, you have to only employ, आपका पैसा आप अप्लाई करेंगे वो मिलेगा, that is in the SPFO. This is the eligibility conditions. It allow members to withdraw PF without closing the account, subject to eligibility conditions. Housing requires 5 years membership, while medical and marriage cases have no minimum requirement. The process is very simple. Apply online, upload documents, verification is done, and payment is credited directly to your account. आपको आने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। कलकत्ता में भी एसपीएफओ ऑफिस है, मेरिन हाउस में, ग्राउंड फ्लोर पे, वहाँ पे भी है। हमारा एक स्टाफ वहाँ पे हमेशा बैठता है। This is the process for the NRW application process. SPFO website or DG shipping website also it is there. Fill up the forms, required documents, and you will get it. Final withdrawal कब करेंगे आप? जब आप रिटायर कर गए। Under a specific condition of retirement, permanent medical unfitness, cancellation of registration, permanent settlement abroad or change of profession. Entire पीएफ बैलेंस इज पेड टू द सीफेयर, जितना बैलेंस होगा आपको पैसा मिल जाएगा वो। एंड यहाँ पे कैच है पेमेंट सेटलमेंट ऑफ डिजिट सीमैन, यहाँ पे कैच है पेमेंट इज ओनली मेड टू द लीगली आइडेंटिफाइड फैमिली मेम्बर्स एंड ओनली टू द लीगल हेयर। सो उसके लिए हम लोग डिस्ट्रिक्ट मजिस्ट्रेट और कलेक्टर से मंगाते हैं, वी आस्क फॉर दैट, एंड इक्वल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन एमंग एलिजिबल हेयर एज पर लॉ। तो वाई नॉमिनेशन मैटर, फास्टेस्ट वे टू क्लेम PF, अवॉइड लीगल डिस्प्यूट, no court order or DM certificate needed, update nominations after marriage and family change. Please update your nominations in the SPFO. उसके लिए हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, इसके बारे में लोगों को पता नहीं है। अभी कल ही हम लोग ने DN मेला किया है कोलकाता में, MMD में, to spread awareness we have conducted DN मेला, and this was 5th on this line. First was conducted at Mumbai, then again at Kolkata, then Kochi, then Patna, then again at Kolkata. So this initiative provide on the spot assistance for, वहाँ पे आप application डाल सकते हैं, या application you can ask for FW, NRW and nomination update. We carry out the company inspection, that the company which are not paying the money amount to the SPFO, we do the inspection also, and the national symposium what you are seeing now, this is 3rd in the series. और इसमें पैसा कितना है? Anyone knows how much money is there with the SPFO? किसी को पता है? Any seafarer, please? SPFO के पास पैसा कितना है बताइए। लो सीनियर सीफेरर हैं एंड, और SW का पैसा तो मैंने दिखाया था, बट इसका पैसा नहीं दिखाया। कोई हाथ उठाए, कोई बताए प्लीज। $3,700 करोड़, 3,700 करोड़ सीफेरर का पैसा इज लाइंग विद द SPFO। सम आर एक्टिव, सम आर अनएक्टिव। और एक केस में बताता हूँ, 2012 के बाद वी गॉट द इंस्ट्रक्शन दैट द पर्सन हु इज डेड, और जब उसको हम लोग फाइंड आउट करने गए तो पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, नोबडी हैज क्लेम्ड। 2012 से पर्सन डाइड, बट नॉमिनी वाज नॉट नोइंग और फैमिली मेंबर वाज नॉट नोइंग, उसको पता ही नहीं था कि SPFO में पैसा पड़ा हुआ है। किसी का 5 लाख है, किसी का 7 लाख है, किसी का 10 लाख है। तो दिस इज द मेजर लैक्यूना ऑफ द सिस्टम्स, मेजर लैक्यूना ऑफ द आउटरीच। तो उसके लिए हम लोग काम कर रहे हैं। तो पीपल शुड नो, पीपल्स की ये आपका है। 3,700 करोड़ इज द मनी ऑफ द सी फेरर्स। उसके लिए अनक्लेम्ड के लिए हम लोगों ने डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ पोस्ट के साथ किया था, बट नाउ वी हैव डिसकंटिन्यू दिस। नाउ वी विल बी टेकिंग फ्रॉम द इंडोस नंबर एंड द CDC नंबर। वी हैव गॉट द एड्रेस from the DG shipping site, and from there only we'll take it out, और उसको हम लोग बताएंगे सीफेरर फैमिली को कि इनका पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, प्लीज क्लेम, आप क्लेम करें पैसे को। सीफेरर के लिए एक्शन इज, प्लीज कीप द एड्रेस, कीप योर एड्रेस, फोन नंबर एंड बैंक डिटेल अपडेटेड विद SPFO टू अवॉइड योर फंड्स बीइंग क्लासिफाइड एज अनक्लेम्ड। अनक्लेम्ड में बहुत सारा पैसा पड़ा हुआ, पर अब कितना पैसा है? कैन यू टेल? 10 करोड़ अनक्लेम्ड में पैसा पड़ा हुआ है, 10 करोड़ जिसका कोई लेना देना नहीं, मतलब कुछ किसी को पता ही नहीं कि इसको पैसा इसको देना है, 10 करोड़। This is the grievance redressal portal for the SPFO, which was launched online, and complaint can be filed 24/7 with a target resolution timeline of 7 working days. Each grievance receives a reference number and data is reported to the MLC compliance board twice monthly, ensuring accountability and transparency. MLC compliance board है जिसकी मीटिंग हर मंथ में 2 बार होती है, हर 15 days, एंड इसमें हम लोग डाटा रखते हैं। Electronic payment mechanism, all payments are processed through RTGS NEFT, and this ensure RBI regulated directly to the beneficiary bank account, and there are no middleman, no manual handling, and complete transaction traceability. इसमें आपका पैसा सेफ क्यों है? मैं क्यों बोल रहा था सेफ है आपका पैसा? If you can see, there is a portfolio manager, there is a custodian, and there is a, on top of that, there is a investment consultant, that is a CRISIL. हर का चेक है, everywhere there is a check. We do not tell कि भाई आपको किधर इन्वेस्ट करना है. There is a fund manager, and at present there is a HDFC AMC has been appointed as a portfolio manager with effect from 16 January 2026. SBI SG act as a custodian, and CRISIL serves as independent investment consultant. तो 3 लोग हैं यहाँ पे. हम लोग का कोई से नहीं, आपका पैसा गया, हम लोग ट्रांसफर किए, फिर वो अपना इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं. तो this 3-layer structure ensures optimized return within regulatory limit while maintaining safety and compliance. This is the proposal we are going to give. Already it is in the process. Inclusions of foreign flag vessels. अभी इसमें resistance है, but still देखते हैं क्या होता है. Alignment with MLC standard. Annuity schemes. आपने annuity scheme सुना होगा pension में, the same. We wanted to bring it for the seafarer. इसमें भी थोड़ी resistance है, but we are thinking that it will be successful. Enabling gratuity scheme, which you have seen in the SWFS, the same gratuity will be transferring to the SPFO, because there is a structured, and it is in the, at the same place the money will be there for the provident fund also, for the gratuity also. So this also, it is in line, it is in pipeline. This the seafarer should do, financial awareness. File your DN form, means declaration of nominations. Inform your family कि there is a SPFO, there is a SWFS. Please inform your family. कब किसके साथ क्या हो जाए, no one knows. So please maintain bank details, track your PF balance. अभी online 1 साल के अंदर हो जाएगा तो आप track कर सकते हैं. Already अभी भी है online, but few funds you cannot track. But 1 साल के अंदर all these details will be digitized. File the claims on the timely manner and stay connected to SPFO. This is the achievement from the 1st January. We have you have changed the SWC AMC. 33 lakhs in PF and administrative damages through strengthened compliance monitoring. Restarted issuance of account slip. It is a mandate that seafarer should receive the account slip. किसका पैसा कितना है, but last 3 साल से हो नहीं रहा था. Due to the shortage of manpower, due to the shortage of address, अभी we have again started. So जिसका PF का पैसा होगा, most probably you will get the slip कि आपका पैसा इतना पड़ा हुआ है. 1618 legacy case we have disbursed of over rupees 15+ crores, and pendency we have reduced. So this SPFO represent a structured financial security during service, after service, and for your family in unforeseen circumstances. Your provident fund is your earned right. It is your right, seafarers. Know your rights, protect your future, build your family financial safety nets. SPFO remain committed to securing the future of every Indian seafarers. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Jai Hind, sir, and thank you very much for this detailed presentation. Sir, may I request you to kindly come back on stage once again, please, because I believe one more slide is remaining. Welcome back, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Captain Nitin Mukesh once again.
This was supposed to be given by my consultant, Sumit Patra, who deals with SWBAT, but I'll be giving now. I don't know where is he. Sir, इसमें क्या है कि that you have seen the schemes of the SWFS. Now, as per MLC, now we are extending this SWFS money, that because that is the money is for the welfare. So this money we are extending to the welfare facilities like seafarer clubs and other welfare facilities. उसके लिए we will be spending the money from the SWFS. And जिसको हम लोग पैसे देंगे, we'll also inspect the port facility and we'll submit its report to the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society for consideration of grants aids to the port for upkeep and maintaining the welfare facility as required by the DG Shipping guideline. This is the circular number, sir, DG Shipping circular number 10 of 24. We are again going to amend this.
So I'll be taking over from here because I'm the project manager for HWBAT. This is essentially an effort जिसमें हम लोग कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि seafarer को हर port पे facility provide हो for an MLC compliant facility which will essentially give them the right that they deserve to have a peaceful accommodation when they are preparing for an exam or whenever they are joining a ship or on shore leave. So that is basically the initiative. So here we have established the SWBAT wherein an audit team has been defined that will take care of going and auditing each and every club all over India for seafarers, ensuring that it is up to the mark. And in case the clubs are not up to the mark, the particular pointers will be provided to them. So this is essentially what we are doing. According to MLC 4.4, the basic amenities that are to be provided to all seafarers are mentioned here. So I'll be taking us through it as soon as possible so that everyone is aware of what is being made available. So it is essentially good rooms at cheap prices, good food at cheap rates, and everyone should have the feeling that they're included. Male, female, outsiders, like foreigners, everyone should have the opportunity to have a humble and affordable boarding in India. So for this, we have signed an official MOU with IHCL, which is a port-based PSU, who are extremely proficient in implementing civil projects all over India, and they will be assisting us, helping us to bring this vision into reality. So as we can see here, the initiative is already rolled out, and wherein we have already started around 12 projects all over India. We can see that most of the coast states have already given their projects and they have been vetted by the COM, the Committee of Management for SWFS, and we have approved the funding. Over the next 3 years, we'll be implementing these projects all over India. 2 of them were commenced today, and rest of them have been are in process to be implemented throughout India. So we have also reached out to the other ports that have not put up the proposals to provide these details so that we can assess them and define if there is a need for this location, and if there is a need, how big of a club we can develop, and if there is no need and there's a club in existence, if it is compliant with MLC or not. So I'll just take a brief and quick run through all the projects that are already approved. In Maharashtra, in Navi Mumbai, there is a JNPA Seafarers Club. This has been approved. This is exclusively for seafarers. Then there is the Royal Bombay Seamen Society. Anyone who has been to Mumbai to study as a seafarer, as an experienced seafarer, must have at least boarded here at least once to prepare for exams. So this is one of the most heritage places in Mumbai, and this is dedicated for seafarers, and we are trying to upgrade this to its ancient glory along with MLC compliance. The timelines are very clear here. Then we move on to Goa. Goa being one of the most highly anticipated locations in India for vacation and tourism. However, there's a dedicated port as well, and we are trying to provide facility to all seafarers there to have a boarding and place where they can, for the local seafarers to come and convene them whenever they feel like. So this is basically one of the projects that is under process. In Kerala, there's a new facility being developed for seafarers' welfare in Vizhinjam, the Adani port. This will be developed from ground up. Here, Adani has contributed along with SWFS in developing a state-of-the-art club for seafarers, which we are hoping to have become the standard milestone for any club in India. Then we move on to Kochi. Similarly, Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu, we have 3 projects, 2 near the port and 1 in Kamarajar. I'm glad to announce that we commenced this project today. So this is one of the highly anticipated crowd-loved project that we are trying to implement as soon as possible. The core objective, before I conclude, is to provide seafarers with the following amenities, that is accommodation, dining, recreation, medical, and communication and support wherever they need regarding welfare and comfort of the seafarers. The objective is to provide at least 250,000 seafarers a decent MLC compliant and high quality accommodation in India along with the amenities that they deserve. So that is what basically the current objective is. We are hoping to accelerate this as much as possible. So that is it regarding SWBAT. The thing that we are trying to integrate here is an online booking system. So wherever you are, you can, once this system is implemented soon, will be able to book a room in any state wherever you are trying to go to study or for a vacation or any kind of excursion. This is basically, you can book through the unified portal and you'll be able to see if there is rooms available or not. This is dedicated for seafarers and no one else. This is the cycle. So some pictures of already developed seafarers clubs. So we are trying to provide similar amenities to all seafarers all over India. So on that note, I would like to conclude and move on to the next topic, sir. So I would like to invite our MC.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. Please put your hands together for the gentleman. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward, we now proceed to the session on the roles and responsibilities of RPSL companies, along with the challenges faced by RPSLs, shipping companies and seafarers, including issues related to seafarers' rights and the Code of Conduct framework. For this session, may I please request Captain P.C. Meena to kindly join me on stage. And ladies and gentlemen, first of all, we would like to felicitate sir. And for the felicitation, requesting Captain Ashok Menon to join us on stage, please. May I request Captain Ashok Menon to kindly join us for the felicitation? Yes, sir, please come. And ladies and gentlemen, speaking about Captain Meena, he plays a pivotal role in overseeing compliance, monitoring, grievance, redressal mechanisms, and enforcement within the crew administration framework. His work has been central to ensuring accountability standards, protecting seafarer rights, and reinforcing discipline within the recruitment ecosystem. We are felicitating Captain P.C. Meena with a shawl, a beautiful plant to remember this day by, and a wonderful memento of Maha Durga, the goddess we pray to, the goddess we worship. Thank you very much, and Captain Meena, over to you.
Good morning to all of you, respected additional DG sir, and all my colleagues from the department and all stakeholders from various sectors in maritime field, specifically from the RPSL companies, maritime training institutes, the ports, and all our seafarers, the trade unions, ITF, and all those who are attending this event online or offline. So A warm good morning to all of you. So we'll begin with our crew branch projects and the actions what the Directorate General of Shipping is doing, and in recent past and near future what we are doing it, keeping our view in alignment with Maritime India Vision 2030 and our Amrit Kal Vision 2047. So to begin with this, so I'll be touching upon all these elements. So the first one is the background and the case statistics. The second one be statutory roles and responsibility of recruitment and placement agencies. The third one is the legislative changes in our merchant shipping rules. So you all are aware that our Merchant Shipping Act 2025 is already passed, and we are extensively working with the new rules, modernization of all our processes. Then challenges on the voyage of seafarers. What challenges seafarers face? Then we have rising issues of abandonment of seafarers, the grievances, and the course corrective measures taken by the Directorate General of Shipping. And after doing all, what are the way forward which we believe it to reduce all these issues? Okay, so you must have seen this slide from our Director General, sir. So you look at the figures at 2013. We were close to 1 lakh seafarers, active seafarers. But today, you look at the figures in 2025, we are 3.23 lakh seafarers. The credit goes to all RPSL companies and all stakeholders in maritime field, and who trusted our seafarers, and they got the employment around the world. And out of this 3.23 lakhs, 90% of the seafarers are employed by the foreign ship owners. Only 10% are Indian ship owners. On the other side, you look at the figures on women seafarers. It's closely less than 0.5, but we are aiming for at least 2 to 3% by 2030. Registered seafarers, we have today around 7.4 lakh seafarers, whereas the active seafarers, 3.25, and number of employment got during last year is 5.54 lakh seafarers. And with regards to women, there are a lot of initiatives been taken since 2013-14. There are a lot of policy changes have been made. And in 2013-14, we launched a scheme that is the financial support to all female students joining pre-maritime training institutes, with starting from the 50,000 rupees. Any female officers or ratings joining training institutes, the 50,000 financial support was provided through the maritime training tours. And back in 2019-20, that has been doubled up to 1 lakh rupees financial support for all pre-C courses, whether it is ratings or whether it is officers. And as on today, how much funds annually we support is close to 7 to 8 crore rupees. Annually, we are giving financial support to all women seafarers. And because of all these initiatives, today we have around 7,000 women seafarers working in maritime domain. Year-on-year growth is around 10 to 12%. So these are the latest figures of 2025. The recruitment and placement agencies. So number one, you look at the Carnival Group. Number two is Anglo-Eastern. So if we bifurcate the cruise line recruitment and placement agencies to the merchant navy, then Anglo-Eastern is number one, and on the cruise line is Carnival. And all these top 10 companies which you see on the screen is amounting 50% employment of our Indian seafarers. And today we have close to 530 valid RPSL companies in India. So out of 530, only the top 10 companies are amounting to more than 1.5 lakh seafarers employment. On the other hand, you look at the Indian ship owners statistics. So we see the top 10 figures. Number one, Shipping Corporation of India. Number two is Ocean Sparkle. Again, we have around 300 to 400 Indian ship owners registered in our database. But only the top 10 seafarers recruited by Indian shipping companies is the only 10 companies. So now we are in part of India on the eastern side. So we try to club all the statistics, the status of all our seafarers on this part of India. So close to around 90,000 seafarers are registered in this area. And majority of chunks come from the West Bengal. And on the other side, the total number of seafarers registered in India is 7,40,000. This is the most alarming slide, which you all, is eye-opening for all of us. So this slide will give you a picture how our maritime training establishment and the seafarer recruitment and placement are interlinked together with regards to our Maritime India Vision 2030 and Amritkal Vision 2047. So you look at these all pre-sea training approved courses, how much capacity we have, close to 25,000 seafarers annually we can produce through approved pre-sea training. And over and above, we have route, but the shorter route is basic safety courses. How much approved capacity we have? Close to 1,70,000. So overall, in 1 year, we can produce, if we are running at 100% capacities, close to 2 lakh seafarers we can produce. And how much we are producing annually? Close to 50,000 from the open CDC route, which is the basic safety courses, and around close to 25,000 is from the approved courses. So, and how much these people are getting employment over the years? The employment figures are very alarming. So, like this is the figure of 2025, and 66,451 is your total admission in pre-sea and the open CDC route. How many of you got the employment? Only 25,473. So this is only 1 year. So how much people are left without the job? And you add on to the previous years. So around 34,451. This is all approximate figures, but just to understand the dynamics of the supply and demand. So we have a huge gap. So what DG Shipping is doing to overcome this, we'll come to know in our next slides. So before that, I'll come to the role of recruitment and placement services and their responsibilities. So RPSL should operate within the framework of the RPSL rules framed under the MS Act provisions. So as of now, we have MS RPSL Rule 2016 in force, and the new rules already prepared or in process. So it is at the ministry level now. The ministry will send it to the law ministry. Then whatever the corrections, suggestions will come back. So, but very soon, within 1 month, 2 months, all these rules will be enforced. So I'll just touch upon all this RPSL responsibility. In the existing rules, we have responsibility starting from A and ending at Z. So A to Z responsibilities we have. It's not one responsibility, but there are 26 responsibility which has to be fulfilled by all RPSL companies. And whether they employ the seafarers on behalf of Indian ship owners or foreign ship owners, they have to comply with all 26 rules. And what are these? Few of them I'll touch upon. The number one is you need to maintain the record of all seafarers recruited. That means when the seafarer is reporting to your office, when he's going abroad, when he's going to join ship, you need to have an online system-based or a paper-based system where on the one click of these things, you should know how many seafarers, where, on which vessel. And when they are coming back, you have to sign off from the system. It's not that it's open-ended, you left it, and then nobody knows where the seafarer is. Actually, he has come back, or he is not come back, or he is still missing, or he is just absconding, or is gone somewhere else. So it is your responsibility to maintain the record of all seafarers gone through your RPSL when they have gone and when they have come back. So you have to maintain your database thoroughly. The next responsibility is that this again, next one is most important. Your staff must be trained. It's not that he will learn on the job. If he make a single mistake in the system, whether he puts a wrong contract date or wrong sign-on date, he will have a major challenge to correct it in future. So ensure your staff is adequately trained in accordance with these rules and the MS Act provisions and all our guidelines of the Directorate General of Shipping. To overcome this, now we are preparing the crew branch manual, training manual, as well as some modules, and which will have all the processes of the crew branch and all the seafarer related processes, which all your staff can be trained. And somewhere back in the June, July, we did it, the management level as well as the middle management level training session online, and which we saw a participation of over 1,000 staff around India. So from the directorate, we try to take all these initiatives, but again, it is your primary responsibility that all your staff should be very well aware of each and every processes so that the seafarers should not suffer, not their families should suffer. The third most important role is all seafarers must be aware of their rights. The Maritime Labour Convention 2006 is the Bill of Seafarers' Rights. It talks about each and every right of the seafarer. And all these rights are covered from seafarer employment agreements. You look at the term and condition of seafarer employment agreement, all information is given as drawn from the Maritime Labour Convention. So you have to give him time to read it, to understand, and let him allow to sign. As of now, the system is not digital, so it is company to company varying based on their benefits or to just suit the ship owner's requirement. So again, for this, we have taken a major decision, which will come back in next slides. The rule number 51E, the ship owner should have a financial security document in case seafarer face any problem, or in case ship owner goes bankrupt, or he is not in a financial capacity to pay his wages, to repatriate and to repatriate as well as to provide him a minimum maintenance which is required under the provisions of MLC Convention. So there is most important document is the financial security documents, which is mandatory under the provisions of the Maritime Labour Convention, which all RPSL companies must verify before uploading in our system. Because this document is valid, then if something goes wrong with the ship owner financial statements or the bankrupt or is missing, whatever happens to the ship owner doesn't make any difference. Our seafarers are remain protected. So as of now, what we see in many of the RPSL companies, just overnight they upload the documents, but when we verify their authenticity, these documents are already withdrawn long back, or either they are not in force, or they are either edited version uploaded on the website. So you cannot enforce the financial security system to protect your seafarers, because ship owner is already not there. When in need of this financial security in walking, that time the financial security provider is also not there. So if both the things are missing, then the RPSL, comes responsibility in the RPSL. They have not verified this before sending seafarers. So necessary administrative action has to be initiated, or either the RPSL company is to assume the full responsibility of ship owner, pay their repatriation, pay their pending wages, and bring them safely back in home country. The most important rule of any complaints related to the seafarer must be adequately addressed. There are a lot of complaints we are receiving at the directorate. We have one dedicated slide for this. How many complaints we are receiving annually, and what is the growth pattern, and how effectively we are addressing them. So that will be covering in the grievances. Again, whether we speak or we don't speak, rule number I, it says 0 fees for your employment. But maximum number of complaints now we are getting about the recruitment fees, directly or indirectly. Now all recruitment placement service agencies, those involved in such practices, have become more smarter. They have created a second layer of connection, third layer of connection. So before they interface with the RPSL, the seafarer before interface with the RPSL, all this first layer, second layer, which have no official link with the RPSL, they scrutinize the application of seafarers. Then they send the boys to the RPSL offices. And there is no financial transaction, there is no information. Just based on the interview, you have been selected. But on the background, everything is set. How much the financial support is asked from the seafarers to join their vessels or to get the employment. So this is the RPSL who is responsible for that also. In many cases, we established links through the WhatsApp communication that the owner of the RPSL has directed X person directed Y person, and Y person has directed seafarer to make these payments into these accounts and these places. Because finally, these seafarers are coming to the RPSL to join their vessels. The next rule is reporting casualties or abandonment. Within 24 hours, the receipt of information should be reported to the Directorate General of Shipping, DGCOM Center, Crew Branch, or the Seafarer Employment Office. Whichever place, you just report to all of them. Recently, on 7th of February, there was one incident. On 7th of February, around close to 3 to 4 p.m. in the afternoon, there was a fire broke out in the engine room. Vessel was continuously burning the full night. Morning 11 o'clock, the search and rescue team arrived. And finally, vessel started developing sinking. Ingress of water is developed and finally sank. The one seafarer who left on board, or just to give the signals to the helicopter to rescue all peoples, they were abandoned the vessel. But till abandonment, within almost close to 24 hours, no information is available with the RPSL. So when there is no information available with the RPSL, when there is no information available with the Directorate General of Shipping, then no action can be initiated from end. So it is your primary responsibility. You should be aware where your seafarers are boarding, which vessel they are going, which ship owners they are interfacing, and you maintain your communication channel with the ship owner. So any emergency, any exigency, you must report to us. So whatever best we can do, we can mobilize our resources through Maritime Rescue Search and Rescue Center, or we can mobilize our resources through our embassies or missions, or maybe Maritime Administration directly. So this is very important. You need to report these cases immediately. Okay, another most important rule is any seafarer joining from your RPS, you must be 100% sure this seafarer is genuine. His all certificates, documents are verifiable and is not obtained them fraudulently. So this is most important requirement for the RPS to ensure that. And there are 3-4 cases in the UAE we are facing these cases. The seafarer has migrated as a technician, and in one case he migrated as a OS, and he is working as a master on board for last 18 months, and now vessel is detained. The ship owner is saying he is not competent seafarer, he is not competent master. I have not recruited him as a master. I sent him as a OS or as a repair technician. I have requested this OS and repair technician through the RPSL, but he is on board master and he is under detention or the arrest with the Coast Guard. So there is a dispute. So it is the RPSL who is the one to ensure what is the demand from the ship owner and which seafarer you are sending for them. If you do not clarify your responsibility and your obligation from ship owners, then it is the RPSL who has to pay for all these expenses. So if you are sending him as a OS, please ensure he is working as a OS. If you are sending him as a repair technician, let him work as a repair technician for 4 months, whichever is maximum time permissible under the law. in case of any unhappenings or untoward incident with the seafarer, where is disappearance or any death, whether it is naturally or unnaturally, again the compensation to the families must be paid immediately, because MLC convention provisions require expeditiously, but there is no timelines defined. So now in the new rules, we have tried to define the timelines, and those timelines are 3 months in case of a death and 12 months in case of a long-term disability, subject to there is no dispute or anything. So we tried to define these timelines, because in morning PPT, DG sir has shown one death and missing seafarer slides. So out of close to 400 cases, around 307 are settled and close to 60 cases are still pending. And why these are pending? Because the RPSL is not taking their responsibility, or RPSL is either closed or license is withdrawn. So there is no link between the ship owner, the insurance company, or the RPS. So now this is the RPSL responsibility, main responsibility. In the new rules, we have added few extra responsibilities. And now I'll come to the challenges which all our seafarers face. It could be from the maritime training side, it could be from recruitment placement side, it could be from the ship owner, it could be from the insurance side, or it could be from the immigration authorities, or it could be from the Directorate General of Shipping also. So number one challenge is the e-migrate. So this e-migrate system before 2017, there was no e-migrate for the seafarer. Anybody can go internationally outside the India, join the ship. And in 2016-17, the agents, the non-approved agents were extensively working and exploiting the seafarers to send them abroad without the proper channel of RPS. So the concept of e-migrate brought in at that time to differentiate between the DG-approved recruitment agencies and non-approved RPS or the agents. So after 2017-18, when the e-migrate system came into picture, only the seafarers, genuine seafarers, can travel abroad to join the ship, and they must hold Form 1. But over a period of time, the Form 1 data was misused, manipulated, and edited, and sending the seafarers abroad. So there was no mechanism available with the seafarer to verify it, whether it is genuine or whether it is false or whether it is just an edited copy. So again, it is left to the immigration officers at the counters. If we believe it is looks to be genuine, the seafarer is allowed to travel. If it is in doubt, then they will do more scrutiny. And currently around close to 50 seafarers are detained in Mumbai airport recently, last 1-2 years, because of the fake documentation and the fake agents. Not the RPSL companies, but the fake agents. So to remove all these challenges in the e-migrate, we have done extensive work, and finally we linked your e-migrate with the passport so that X persons cannot be edited for Y person. And over and above, the e-migrate reference number can be verified from the e-migrate portal of the PGE, Directorate General of Immigrants, where you can verify, you just put your numbers, whether it is reflecting your own passport details or someone's details. So any seafarers can verify, any agents, any RPSL gives you a Form 1, please do verify it. So there is no question of reaching to the airport. If you can check yourself, you don't need to ask anybody. Just log into the e-migrate website, put your reference number, ARN reference number in it. You will see whether it is genuine or fraud or it is given to someone else, even if it is edited forms or anything. And when this e-migrate Form 1 is generated, what happens? The SMS as well as your email goes to your account, your registered email. There are many types of impersonation is also happening on that email ID. That DG Shipping e-governance or something, they put some I or something, some different, but it looks very similar to the DGS e-governance email. Just to understand seafarer, it has come from DG Shipping, so it is genuine. Over and above, these are the two main important things. You verify yourself. So there is no question of cheating and fraud with seafarers, as long as you are aware of the procedure. The next most important is fraud and cheating cases. You start anything, you start from MTI or start from the recruitment. Every level in one form or other form you find this cheating and fraud. There are many unauthorized maritime training institutes operating around India. They are just catching the seafarers from the mainland, which they do not have much knowledge about the seafarer. And they take them all these unauthorized training institutes, give them training, and what will happen after the end of the day, they will give you 5 basic safety courses approved from the Directorate General of Shipping. And how much money they are charging? Over 2.5 to 4 lakh rupees just for the basic 5 courses. If seafarer is aware and if he is spending 4 to 5 lakh rupees just to get 5 courses, definitely he will choose to proper channel through the pre-sea route or the other directly the open route. The RPSL, cheating and fraud, all your documents are given through the agents, communicating through WhatsApp, communicating through phone calls. The seafarers are not visiting the RPSL office. On the WhatsApp, because his friend has referred him and friend is very trustable. So majority of the cheatings and fraud with the seafarers is happening because of their close friends only. Because one of my uncle's son or one of someone's son is already joined the vessel and he is recommended. So he is already successfully working. So I don't need to check anything. I don't need to ask anyone. Even the parents doesn't ask anyone before this happens with them. They just simply pay that money to the agents or intermediaries and join the vessel. The another fraud with the seafarer is, even if they go through a proper channel, the RPSL companies are sending them on different vessels. They will open the contract or the seafarer employment agreement for X vessel, but finally going on Y vessel. And what is happening after that? On the system, his vessel name is X, and when he comes back to India, his CDC is saving some different name. So the master checker data will show a different vessel, the CDC entry will show a different vessel. And mismatch, so the seafarer is denied of his sea service. And over and above, in the MS Act, existing MS Act, there is a provision of fine of 2 lakh rupees on each RPSL for each seafarer. And to clarify that, we have issued one DGS circular 43 of 2025, reiterating the provisions of the MS Act 1958. So for such entries, there is a 2 lakh fine for each seafarer on the RPSL companies, and seafarer will be debarred for over a period of 1 year. So to overcome this, what we did is, we have given access to the seafarer in their profile. They don't need to complain, they don't need to report anybody. Just say in the acknowledgement on your profile, open your profile, and just enter the data. The contract was opened for X vessel, are you going on the same vessel or not vessel? It is just like a ship security alert system fitted on board each merchant vessel. You just click that data there, no need to inform anybody, no need to communicate with us, we will take care of it. It is the system which directly gives us alert that this RPSL is involved in sending the seafarer abroad and is placed on different vessel. There was another abnormality, what we noticed in the system is, in one tanker vessel, when I went for physical inspection, when I was in MMD, so one vessel, the seafarer was total around 85. Just recently, within last 1-2 months, they have signed on. Majority of them were trainees. Then I asked the owner of the RPS, the director, sir, this vessel is passenger vessel or cruise vessel? Then he said, no sir, it's a tanker vessel. So 75 seafarers on tanker vessels, other than the FPSO or similar type of vessels, is next to impossible. And when we checked, then personally I just randomly picked up one number. I called the seafarers. Okay, I'm calling from RPS. Do you want to join? Your friend has referred your CV to me. Yes, sir, please tell me address, sir. Tomorrow only I will come. I will take the flight or the whatever, but you please tell me where should I come. And where are you now? Okay, sir, I'm at my home and just doing some work with my parents. But on the paper, everything is just in Dubai. So this is the level of fraud and cheating with the seafarer. And for how much amount? Around close to 25,000 rupees when we inquired. Later on, the administrative action taken, that is separate part. So vessel capacity, and after that we came out with one circular where vessel capacity is restricted, and now that circular is effective from 25/2026. So now no vessels and the no RPSL companies can open the contract for more than their certified LSA capacity within the permissible limit, but not like tanker vessel is allowed to operate with 75 people on board. Seafarer grievances we will be taking up separately. The pre-briefing and orientation is the most important, which each RPSL must follow. All his rights, covering all his rights and the problems he might face at the airports, at the time of departure, or at the time of arrival at the country, any country. Whether if somebody will come to receive him or if no, then what are the way to report him, whom to contact, and which vessel is joining it, what is his actual contract terms, what salary or what wages he will get, what will happen in case of any urgency at home, who he will contact. So all these things are mandatory part of your orientation and briefing that RPSL must develop. The new problems which come up is the asylum seekers, wherein the Pranam counters came into picture. From the government of UK, there was reports in 2025 and 24 December. So we got around list of 100 seafarers. They just passed through this OK to board procedures and landed in the UK territory, destroyed their documentations, and they went to the court and all. So this was the channel which was prominent among the seafarers. Then government of UK came forward, and then this proposal was evolved. And because of that proposal and initiative, today the Pranam services which you can see. So initially starting with Mumbai, but in phased manners, we will be going to metro stations and wherever the seafarers strength and the seafarers are joining. So this is the first pilot trial, which is successfully running so far. And we hope to expand it to all other ports in near future. So another case of these jail cases and imprisoned cases is the fuel smuggling. Because when we interact with these seafarers, there are one or two seafarers which are closely interlinked with either the ship owners or either their operators, the charterers or someone. So they have their all close friends. So these people involved in these activities based on the direction of the charterers or the ship owner. And if the enforcement agencies catch them, because these vessels either will have no documents or either will have a vague answers with them, so they will detain them, they will capture them, and they process the administrative and the judiciary process. So in the course of judicial process, it takes long time to release these seafarers. And majority of these seafarers in Iran today. Lack of seafarer rights, so which we have prepared and released code of conduct for all seafarers as well as all RPSL companies. Please do read it and report it, the cases. So RPSL can also report against seafarer. Seafarer can also report against the RPSL. So this code of conduct is enforced from 1/1/2026 and is available on DGS website. So coming to this slide, this is most important slide where the RPSL plays very critical role. If you have verified the financial security document of the seafarer, financial security document of the vessel before uploading on our website or before sending the seafarer, whether it is valid, invalid, or withdrawn, then all these problems can be resolved without much problem. If you look at close to pending cases in this slide is around 80. So, but these are actually close to 60 only now. So all this majority of cases, there is no financial security provider. If the financial security provider is available, then all these cases are resolved within a maximum 1 month or 2 months. So it is the RPSL who has to verify the genuineness of the financial security document. Now I'm coming to the major challenge where international media, international platforms, they are projecting our seafarers as #1 seafarers abundant in the world. Please observe it very carefully and follow all these instructions so that our seafarers are not abundant. So the first and most important thing is, what is abandonment? When we interact with the RPSL companies, when we give them the license now, they have to make a PowerPoint presentation from their top management. We ask them, are you aware of all the processes or not? What do you understand by the abandonment? How do you resolve them? What is the role and responsibility of the RPSL? So far, I have seen at least close to 20-25 RPSL I have examined new application. Not even a single guy who knows of this. So if you don't know all this, we will not approve your applications. You have to be thorough about your responsibilities. You have to be sure that our seafarers will be safe and they will return safe. So what is abandonment? There are 3 things to be fulfilled. If the ship owner is failed to provide you repatriation after sign-off, if he's failed to give you an air ticket or the train tickets after sign-off to your hometown or your port of engagement, that is the one condition which you can assume that seafarer have been abandoned. The second condition is, if the seafarer failed to provide your basic amenities and the maintenance and care, that is again your condition for abandonment. The basic amenities means your medical facilities, your food, your provision, and your onboard privileges. The third thing is, if ship owner is failed to give you your wages for more than 2 months. If 2 months there is no wages received, you raise your signals. That means you are in the category of abandonment. So there is most important platform, how these abandonment cases are reported and how they are reflected on international database jointly developed by the IMO and ILO. So the flag state of the vessel can report, the port state of the vessel can report. The port state means where the vessel is in which port or the country. The flag state is where she is registered. And the third thing is the NGOs, the seafarer unions. And all these cases, whatever the case you will see, is all reported only through single source, that is ITF. There are many challenges we have with the ITF data, which we have taken up separately with them as well as with IMO. But the single source of this reporting is the seafarer. Majority of the seafarer are also getting benefit out of this reporting so that their pending wages, their repatriation, and are expedited. And generally they get their wages and repatriated safely. So this database is based on all these color codings. So green means it is resolved, yellow means unresolved, and red means it's a disputed case. Disputed means could be a legal dispute, could be charters, owners, or the seafarers, or the port authorities. And the fourth one is the inactive. Inactive means there is no communication happening in the event, although this remain unresolved. So in 2025, close to 988 seafarers were safely repatriated, covering 108 vessels. And 2024 also, these figures were slightly lower. So we will tell you about this graph. Before 19 September, all these matters we were taking up with the ministry. And from 19 September, the ministry has taken the strong action, and they involved all our embassies around the world, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the division they have involved. They carried out extensive meetings with them, with all our embassies, all our officials of the MEA, officials of the Ministry of Port Shipping, officials of the Directorate General of Shipping, and all our Director Seaman Employment offices. And around 5 to 6 round of meeting, we did it in September, October. Then the second round of meetings, we did it on 24th Feb with all our embassies where these cases are maximum. So around September to today, we added around 47 vessels with 393 seafarers, including all jail and abandonment. And how many we could resolve? 69 vessels with covering 698 seafarer cases were resolved with the support of MEA, MOPSW, and our missions abroad. So because of this, now all our missions immediately reach to the maritime administrations, reach out to the harbor masters, reach out to the deputy conservator or the maritime authorities to just check and verify and immediately update to us. And jailed and arrested cases, around 106 is pending, but close to 132, 16 vessels covering 132 seafarers have been resolved. Either they have been released from the jails, or either they have been released from the detention in hotels, or either they have been released from the vessel. So 16 vessels covering 132 seafarers have been added, and same 132 is resolved. So today we have 75 cases, all cases, which includes detained, arrested, jailed. And in 2025, 988 seafarers covering 108 vessels were resolved. So what is the root cause of this abandonment? The major challenge is why this has been reported abandonment. These are the few cases which we came to know after doing lot of extensive research and studies on each cases. Either the ship owner is having only one vessel, or either he is just coming into this field new, or either he is operating some small vessels like IV harbor craft vessels, and he is not aware of all the processes and the challenges in this business. So he estimates everything based on his earnings, the charter rate, or employment of his vessel. And if the employment is not available or stopped, could be any reason. He don't have any funds to replace. He don't have any finances to give back to the seafarers. So keep on holding 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. And finally he just raises his hands. Okay, I don't have money, I can't do anything. And these small ship owners, either they may not be within the embassy ambit or maybe outside. Or if it is within the MLC, then documents are not genuine. The next case is delayed reporting by seafarers. The seafarers, in many cases, we find they are reporting after 12 months or after completing their sea service, required sea service. This is another challenge which we face. If you could remain on board for 12 months and now immediately reporting to DGS, the seafarer expects immediately next day you should be brought back. Because we have our limitation. We have to move our processes through Ministry of External Affairs or embassies there, then maritime administration of that country. We don't have any MMD there, just we inform our officer, just go board the office directly. But we have a channel to resolve. It takes some time, but 100% there is a guarantee the case will be resolved. The fraudulent RPSL agencies, which we have discussed, sent you on X vessel, placed him on Y vessel, or there is no link with the ship owner actually. There are agents in that other part of the world. They communicate with them. He sent the seafarers for them. Then he placed them as X or Y vessel or Z vessel. Invalid or expired P&I insurance cover. In 2-3 cases we have seen P&I club is valid. You verify it online or QR code, it is valid. But when you invoke it, there is no finances attached with that certificate. So that is another type of fraud. You have a document, valid document, but there is no finances attached with that. Then you have open registries and weak oversight. The open registries, day and night you can register your vessel. In many cases they are not even aware that this vessel is registered with us. When we check with them, no sir, this vessel is deregistered 3 months back only. No, this certificate is invalid, sir. You check the communication, he's communicate with us, sir, these are the evidences. We have intimated the ship owner is just without certificate and using our documents fraudulently. Because before he is deregistered, he has to register his vessel with another flag. But could be any regions, either vessel could be a sanctioned vessels, which nobody is registering it, or could be say many other different reasons for not registering his vessel. And he's just trading on the previous certificate, which is invalid or already withdrawn by the flag state. Seafarer employment agreements, we already discussed. Sanctioned vessels, we already discussed. Non-MLC vessels. And we have lack of regulatory framework on recruitment and placement services. Our existing rules 2016 is ineffective actually in that sense to regulate effectively our RPSL companies. But now 2025 will have more strengthened regulatory framework for the RPS and their operators, their promoters and directors. So to overcome all these issues, we have started our administrative processes back in 2024. And when we go, or our delegation, Indian delegation goes to London or any international forum, then all this media as well as all international NGOs, they talk about the abandonment cases and where directly or indirectly the Indian seafarers are in limelight because of only certain section of the RPSL companies or the agents who are operating. So MS Notice 11 of 2024 gives direct power to the DGS or the Director Seaman Employment Office to stop their further sign-on, sign-off. In case the vessel is listed on the IMO database by the ITF or the flag state port state, immediately you stop their online privileges. And the show cause notice is issued to the RPSL companies. So by stopping that online privileges, only you are stopping that no more seafarers should be affected or no more seafarers should be cheated through the RPSL channel. That is only that check and balance. But after show cause is issued, then all administrative processes are heard. And if all in order, then we'll again remove your limitations. Or if you are found with the involvement in these cheating, frauds and other issues, then we'll continue to remain or withdraw your license. The next one, DGS Circular 43, which we have discussed, the 2 lakhs rupees, if the seafarer CDC has got different name and if his online database has a different name of vessel, that each RPSL for each seafarer have to pay 2 lakh rupees to the Director Seaman Employment Office, implemented through the principal officers. Then we have another MS Notice 10 of 2025. So MS Notice 10 of 2025 gives you a new regulatory framework for the RPSL companies where administration surveyors will verify at least one inspection in 5 years to oversight the role of the RO, how effective they carried out their inspection. So now this third inspection of in 5-year cycle will be done by the surveyors from the administration. Then we have one more, DGS Order 9 of 2025, that empowers each new RPSL companies to route your processes via Maritime Labor Compliance Board. So where their application, their promoters and their background, their ethical practices, there is a standard set of template based on which they have to make the application to the MLC Compliance Board. MLC Compliance Board, every 15 days we are having it. On 2nd Tuesday and 4th Tuesday of each month, we are doing this MLC Compliance Board, chaired by the Directorate General of Shipping, and members from all MMDs, all our surveyor in charge, as well as industry. Then we have a Merchant Shipping Act, the new regulations we will discuss separately. The next is financial safeguard. The bank guarantee is being enhanced through the rules. Operational control and verification. So whatever we have discussed, the seafarer are not aware before which RPSL I am interfacing, which RPSL I am communicating. So this process was not there. So now we made it live. As soon as the administrative action is taken against RPSL, the RPSL status is changed automatically on the website. So there are 3 processes: valid, invalid, and temporary blocked. Temporary blocked means the investigations are underway. Only the RPSL agency cannot recruit any more seafarers. till all this administrative or investigation process is completed. Invalid is either license is withdrawn, or either the license is expired or the surrendered, and valid. So the valid list, each seafarer can see on DGS website. Through social media also we are creating awareness how to see this list, and you should know that whom I am interfacing with. It is an agent, or it is a RPSL company, or it is a already invalid RPSL company, or temporary blocked RPSL company. Invalid and temporary RPSL companies cannot give you any more recruitment. So only primary requirement, you must check and verify whether I am communicating with valid RPSL companies. Then another circular 57 that gives you the limiting maximum capacity. So that is the requirement. The Directorate General of Shipping has done it. So now RPSL cannot open contracts for 75 people on one vessel or 80 people on one vessel, and then sending them on different small vessels or some other vessels. And there was one more circular issued close to 55 or 56. So wherein this e-migrate verification can be done by the seafarer itself, and the Form 1 generated is extended to all category of seafarers. Earlier the Form 1 was for only man vessels, the seafarers. For the repair technicians, there was no Form 1, only through the email he was getting communication, or even the supernumeraries, superintendents, there was no Form 1. So always it was a confusion at the Bureau of Immigration that which category of seafarers required Form 1, which category of seafarer not required. When they report to the immigration, they always say, I am a seafarer, I am a seafarer. But which one required Form 1? So across all category of seafarers, we extended the Form 1 for all seafarers, whether it is a supernumeraries, whether it is a technician, or whether it is a superintendent. Without Form 1, nobody can board the vessel. So please remember, update your profile, and before boarding your vessel for sailing purpose, get your Form 1 as a supernumerary or as a technician or as your capacity. Awareness and capacity building. We have social media handles of the DG Shipping, where every day you will get a lot of awareness videos and information for all of you. Then embassy-wise review meetings. So every month end, we are updating all our abandonment cases to embassies, reporting them, and they reach out to them, updating. And every quarter, our ministry is chairing this meeting, high-level meeting with our Ministry of External Affairs, then our embassies. Last meeting we held on 24th, establishment of a Pranam counters, which we had discussed. So this RPSL, why we have taken these actions is around 72 RPSL licenses have been withdrawn in last year, and close to 47 RPSL is temporarily blocked. All their status you can see on our DGS website. Then most important thing in the case of abandonment, if your seafarers from your RPSL or your colleagues or anyone is abandoned officially through IMO ILO database, please report to us, report to SWFS. Their families can claim 20,000 compensation each month from the SWFS for a period up to 12 months. So this is not a small amount, but the families, they can claim 20,000 rupees. It will be paid directly to their accounts. So any seafarer reported abandoned, their families can claim 20,000 rupees from the SWFS. So this is effective from 1st 2026. Then now what we are proposing, if all goes well, by first week of March or mid-March, we will be ordering a third-party independent evaluation audit of all the RPSL companies or the seafarers involved in abandonment for last 3-4 years. So this will be a mega achievement for us. So third-party independent evaluation audit will be ordered very soon by the Directorate General of Shipping. So where all RPS, all our seafarers, all our international media houses, they will study all these processes, why this is happening, and based on their deliverables under the report, we will be taking more administrative actions to reduce, so that our seafarers are not reported or not projected as #1 seafarers abandoned around the world. That is impacting our overall quality as well as the quantity of the seafarers. The next step, probably if all goes well by next week, The open CDC, which is issued based purely on the 5 basic courses, will be stopped. And their deadline is with effect from 1st June 2026. And all CDCs issued previously before 1st June 2026 will be valid, and whatever for purpose they will remain same. The next is 24/7 hour grievance redressal system. We have already operated this system since last year, June, July, and manually it is been operated. So there are 3 staff which is manning 24/7 hours, Monday to Friday, and Saturday, Sunday from home. But after April, we will have a advanced version of this online grievance reporting system. The order for development is already placed, and it is in the final stage of being released. So there will be one national and international toll-free number on this module, and it will be an automated system where each seafarer, their families, and their relatives, anyone can reach out 24/7 hours. So now we will come to the grievance redressal mechanism. So what is the grievance? Anything which is not satisfied, which is against your contract terms, which is related to your wages, which is related to your abandonment, anything, any families, seafarers, or even the foreign seafarers in India, they can raise these grievances through this system. The Maritime Labour Convention mandate is you should have an onboard reporting system for such grievances, and onshore grievance mechanism system should be there in your country, in your ports. If your nationals as well as foreign seafarers in India, they should be able to report. So this is being developed for them. And now I'll come back to the statistics, because statistics speaks more than words. So in 2023, we have received around 856 grievances, and how many of them are resolved is 854. And in 2024, we have received around 1116, out of which 1094 were resolved. In 2025, the number is threefold, now gone to 3170. How many were closed? 3126. So 24 to 25 see a large jump of grievances. That creates a awareness. It's because of the awareness among the seafarers. Could be through the RPSL, could be MTIs, could be over Symposium, could be over national outreach. But there are many ways to create awareness, and seafarer is aware of their grievances. Now, which channel, which route they have to reach. So around 184% growth, 24 to 25, and close to 98 to 99% all these grievances has been resolved. And with the implementation of a digital online mechanism with toll-free number, single number, then all this effectiveness will be more better tracked and monitored. Recently, we have hired 5 grievance redressal consultants. 1 is senior strategic and 4 is junior strategic, to monitor all these cases on real-time basis and follow up with each department, each concerned team in the directorate and the allied offices. So this is our DGS existing online module where we have received this 3170 grievances, and majority of these grievances pertaining to Mumbai region, and 136 from Kolkata, then 204 is from Chennai. Out of all this, 164 grievances are related to your abandonment. So that means the seafarer is still not aware of their processes, where to report. Seafarer knows only the ITF is the one single point of contact, which is truly appreciated. But in addition to that, there are many channels. There are ISPON, there are sailor societies, and your unions, trade unions, they have their own cells. Then the shipping companies, the good shipping companies, they have their own ombudsman. Recently one company we visited, they have one separate cell, which is not linked at all with their office. And then grievance redressal officer is sitting somewhere outside independently. There is no interface, nobody knows that complaint comes to whom and how he is addressing them. So that is a beautiful system which I believe each RPSL should adopt. So there is no interface. DGCOM Center as the entry gateway. So currently this system is operated, and this is the single point contact as of now. But once we have an online digital platform, revamped platform, which is going to come in April. So till such time, all these manual processes will continue to run. And under this, after DGCOM operates around the clock to ensure no grievance is missed, regardless of the time zone or location. So 2661 grievances were received and forwarded by 24/7 hours grievance redressal mechanism system, which is established at the DGCOM center. So 2661 grievances just within a span of close to 6 to 7 months. These are our objectives and main function under the new advanced version of the grievance redressal mechanism, which we try to factor in, and aligning our objectives with Maritime Labour Convention and our MIV 2030 guidelines, as well as our Amritkal Vision guidelines of 2047. So I'll just touch upon what DG Shipping is doing for the seafarer, which probably each seafarer must feel it, that there is someone who is monitoring us, there is someone who will do something for us. There may not be an immediate action, but there will be a long-term action, short-term action based on the requirement. So the first one is the crisis management and the grievance redressal. So this meeting is happening every week, Tuesday, 9:30, and chaired by our Director General of Shipping, participated by all principal officers, all shipping masters, all surveyor in charge of the MMDs, and participation from ministries in some cases. So every week we are monitoring all crisis-related cases, any accidents, any death, any missing, or any kind of casualty-related matters, followed by these grievances, the grievance redressal mechanism, through all our shipping masters, through our 24/7 hours, through any emails. We have help desk team, we have 24/7, we have principal officers, shipping masters. So each one is presenting their grievances, how many they have received, what action they have taken to address it, and how quickly they will resolve it. Then we have 24/7 hour seafarer support system, which is DGCOM center operational. SOP for grievance redressal mechanism is around 26-page SOP. Crystal clear guidelines to our teams, what is to be done, how it has to be done, and how professionally and ethically you have to interface. So this SOP talks about that. Constitution of MLC Compliance Board. So this compliance board I have discussed every second Tuesday and fourth Tuesday of the month. We are meeting it and participated by industry. And number 4 is all new companies to make PowerPoint presentation. After this system came into picture, to just thorough scrutiny of RPSL companies or promoters, hardly 4 to 5 companies is approved so far. And during this time, how many licenses were withdrawn or the temporary blocked? Close to 50. So the approved RPSL from close to 600, now it came to 533. And approval is just going very slow. Only the genuine players, and they knows all these processes, what is their role responsibility, only those players are promoted. The vessel acknowledgement to the seafarer in profile, that what we call the SSAS, Ship Security Alert System for the seafarers regarding wrong vessels or regarding any kind of complaints. You just report to that. You don't need to communicate, don't need to phone call, don't need to tell your friends or anybody. You just report in a profile that this RPSL company sent me on this vessel and this vessel is different vessels. Online training sessions, which we discussed. Limiting employment already done. State and UTs to recognize seafarers as the key workers. Under the new Act 2025, we have recognized all our seafarers as a key workers status. The key worker means while you are going for sign-on, while you are coming for sign-off, you will get a priority access. So we have written to all our union territories, all our states, the chief secretaries, and the Director General of Police to allow them the free access or quicker or faster access in compliance with our key workers status. And with regards to fraud and cheatings, we have again reached out to all the DGPs of the state to take strict actions. Many of them are started taking this. Many of them approach us to provide all these details of the seafarers who are involved with RPSL or their agents. So we are doing this process so that all these people behind and cheating and doing frauding with the seafarers should be penalized and punished. Short videos on seafarer rights. If you follow our DJ Shipping social media, almost every day you will find short videos for your awareness. What seafarers should do, what RPSL should do, and what ship owners should do, and what are the best practices, and what you learn, e-learning and other modules, and the training. Another exercise, when we started this problem with the seafarers at the border or immigration checkpost, the FRO is the nodal officers for all these processes of the BOI, Bureau of Immigration. So if they find in the CDC wrong entries, which is not matching with the online database, which access is available with them, कि CDC says X vessel and system says Y vessel, that means he made a fraudulent entry. And then based on the Bureau of Immigration Act, they are taking action. The seafarers or the citizen reported with the fake documents for job employment. So directly they hand over the seafarer to the local police, which is there inside the airport. The seafarers cannot run away, cannot escape anywhere. And why? Because of that is Pranam has come into picture. So that usko bahar ki bahar se bhaga do. The criminalization of seafarer in our own territory is reduced or avoided. The shore leave SOP from the Bureau of Immigration for all coastal vessels. After extensive follow-up from the Directorate General of Shipping, the coastal vessels no longer required Bureau of Immigration processes for seafarer sign-on and sign-off. So SOP to be followed by only the ports. The port will give you a permission to board the vessel and disembark. So immigration process is completely out from the coastal vessels. Foreign vessels, we have all the ports. Wherever the Bureau of Immigration checkposts are available, so Bureau of Immigration, wherever their ICPs are there, so there is no problem with the shore leave. But with regards to the places where there is no Bureau of Immigration checkpost, then there is a problem. And to overcome this, the Bureau of Immigration is coming out with the online module so that the master or the agent can make the online application before arrival in the port, then they can issue the shore leave passes to the seafarers at all our EXIM ports. So hope earlier this was not there. Any seafarers trapped or foreign seafarer trapped in India. So at least we'll create a separate fund. Then digitalization of your seafarer employment agreements. Existing, every RPSL have their own seafarer employment agreement. With the new rules, you need to enter digital signatures of the representative RPSL and Aadhaar-based OTP signature of the seafarers before you can open your Form 1. So this is the new thing which is coming up in the new RPSL rules. Then there are added responsibilities of the RPSLs with regards to the trainees. So once we have a digital seafarer contracts, then nobody can change that. Nobody can claim that the RPSL given me X contract and actually is Y contract. The death compensation timelines have been defined. Maritime Labor Convention, again the abandonment, the processes and your death compensation timelines, and death also, all sort of deaths have been covered through our national regulations. So once these rules are in force, then you will see a lot of changes in our framework where everyone has to comply with them. Then in the CDC, so there are 2-3 major changes. Above 60 years, anybody can obtain the CDC and he can sail work, subject to employment provided by the ship owners or the RPSL companies. Then all digitalization processes of the RPSL is done centralized. And there are few more. The appeal process timeline have been reduced. Earlier there are 2 appeal processes. Now only we kept it limited to 1 level of appeal. SID document. The convention says the fishermen working on commercial vessels or any seafarers working on any international navigating ship must be issued with SID. So to comply with the SID convention regulations, we have created a provision to issue SID cards to our sailing vessel seafarers and our fishermen working on commercial voyages on international voyages. And another most important thing is currently SID is issued for 10 years. Under the new rules, it will be valid for only 5 years. So these are the way forward, so which we have already discussed in one way or other way. So this is our DGCOM center. And contact for seafarer grievances, this is the email and mobile number. You can just note down 24/7 hours you can reach for any kind of related issues. You don't need to reach out to individual officers or individual staff or individual branches whom to contact. You should just remember only one email and one contact. Whatever problem you have, it will be addressed within 24 hours to 48 hours, unless until there is some long process. So now may I request just to play 2 short videos, just message to the seafarers what they should do to avoid fraud and cheating. And one is your RPSL, just 1 minute video. So I'll request the team to just play these 2 short videos.
Issued by an Indian ship. Form 1 is an official document issued by an Indian shipowner or DG Shipping approved RPSL. It confirms a seafarer's lawful shipboard engagement and is verified by airlines and immigration. Before accepting Form 1, always check that RPSL is valid. 1. Visit DGS website. 2. Navigate to recruitment and placement services. 3. Click list of approved RPSL. 4. Search by name or number to see valid, temporary or invalid. After confirming RPSL validity, verify Form 1 status. 1. Visit the Emigrate portal. 2. Select employer, then track application status. 3. Enter the application reference number. 4. Click Validate to confirm authenticity. This prevents fake documents, travel delays, and denial of boarding.
So this is for all seafarers to verify how to verify Form 1 and how to verify your e-migrate, whether it is genuine or fraud. So you can only one click of mouse, you can check this without asking anyone. The next video.
Before you deploy any Indian seafarer, ask yourself, have you verified the vessel documents? As per DG Shipping Circular 57 of 2025, RPSL companies approved by the Directorate General of Shipping must ensure the genuineness of all vessel documents before uploading details on the DGS eGov platform. As an RPSL, you must verify the Certificate of Registry issued by the Flag Administration, Financial Security Certificates under MLC 2006, Standard A2.5 for repatriation and Standard A4.2 for shipowners' liability through the official website or official email confirmation. All trading, insurance, and statutory certificates uploaded on your profile for authenticity. This verification helps safe employment of Indian seafarers, secure working conditions, hassle-free joining process, and prevention of abandonment cases. This is not just regulatory, it is your responsibility towards the welfare and protection of Indian seafarers. DG Shipping supports this and remains committed to accountability and safeguarding every seafarer. Verify before you upload. Verify before you deploy.
So this was for your all RPSL companies. So if you verify your flag documents, registry document, and your financial security documents, all the problems of seafarers can be resolved. So with that, thank you very much, and thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for the detailed insights. And ladies and gentlemen, with that, we conclude our pre-lunch session. And now let us all take a break for lunch and gather here by 2 p.m. And please try to come back by 2 p.m. as we would like to begin our post-lunch session on time. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch.
পরিবার চলে আসে মানে কালকে চলে আসে
All right, ladies and gentlemen, may I request all of you to kindly settle down and अगर मेरी आवाज़ बाहर तक पहुंच रही है, हमारे जितने भी गेस्ट अभी भी बाहर मौजूद हैं, आपसे मेरा अनुरोध है कि जल्द से जल्द आप अंदर आ जाएं और अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to restart the program. And हमारे morning sessions, those laid down the policy, framework, regulation, recruitment integrity, welfare architecture and institutional vision. And the post-lunch segment now shifts the focus from vision to ground realities, implementation, compliance, responsibility and accountability. And ladies and gentlemen, to energize the gathering, because I understand lunch के बाद हर किसी को थोड़ा सा ठहराव अच्छा लगता है, to re-energize the gathering and reinforce the importance of physical and mental well-being of seafarers, we begin with Sagar Mein Yog. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Sagar Mein Yog is a reminder that welfare is not merely financial or legal. Welfare is mental and is of emotional resilience. Seafaring is a high-stress profession, as you all must know. Long contracts, isolation, fatigue, distance from the family, these are operational realities. Wellness is not optional, it is preventive policy. Hence, I'd like to take this moment and request Shri Bharat Sabu, yoga expert from the Sri Sri School of Yoga, to kindly come up on the dais and address the gathering. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I request Shri Bharat Sabu. Podium mic, please. Left podium mic.
Hello everyone. How is everyone? Good? Yes? Can we have the PPT on screen? Sagar Mein Yog. It's not just a wellness program, it's a project which is a framework to institutionalize health and how we can integrate it in every marine's life. Yes, so this program was started, the idea of this was started by the DGS in with the help of the ministry, and then this in turn led to this vision that the people on sea, you know, the life of anybody on the sea is not very easy, like we all know about that, and they have to go through a lot of stress, like it was very well said about what they undergo in their time at the sea. It is all about high stakes operational efficiency. It's also about handling the mind and at that level. It's also about being far from home and long time at the sea. And it's also, it may lead to not proper sleep, irregular sleep. So these are the things that they all face in their day-to-day life. So this project was started keeping all these things in mind and how to equip them with tools or skills that can help them face these things. So I'll just introduce you to the program. So this program was again started keeping this framework in mind, and then it led to the training, and then in turn it led to making a framework which can be used used by the people, and it can be long term. It's not something which they just do for a day and then it'll just handle their state of mind, because as we know that handling the mind is not that easy. So first the framework was made. After that they trained trainers to be able to take these programs, workshops, and which in turn led to no, the most important step, which was an MOU, which was signed with the Art of Living. So the Art of Living is one of the largest NGOs in the world, and it has a global reach of trainers, and which in turn, no, they have the expertise for the skills required for this program. So they have trained trainers, which in turn will take workshops. So they look at their life in 3 levels. The first one is pre-C, where this program will be done in the training institutes, where they are, it's not, so this well-being was something that was always very reactive. It was used when people were stressful, or no, it was used when people reach a breakdown. But this flips the script. It makes it a requirement for you to do your job properly. Yeah. So this at the pre-C stage, it will be we will have workshops at the training institutes. Then on the sea, when they are on the sea, we have some modules for them, which they can, which will help them do the practices, and which in turn, then we move to the third phase, which is the post-sea phase. So once they come back on land, they need a practice to, readjust themselves to the real world, the shore life, which is very different from the sea life. So this practice, this in turn, the yoga workshops will be helping them to readjust themselves, to be able to handle their mind, to be able to handle stress, and just live a healthier life. So with this, I would just like to share a video about this, which was by Shri ji. He had shared this, he had said something about this Sagar Mein Yog program. So I would just request you to kindly share the video once.
Let me begin with congratulating the Ministry of Ports, Waterways and Shipping for your unique initiative, Sagar Mein Yog. I think in the world, for the first time, you have created a revolution wherein people who are sailing can keep themselves mentally, physically, emotionally and spiritually uplifted. Yoga is beyond doubt today has helped human society in so many ways. It has brought in more energy in the workplace. It has helped people to be emotionally strong and brought more focus in their job, what they do. And it has generally improved the quality of life, especially the sailors who are away from their family and being in the middle of the ocean for months. They need this inner strength. They need yoga. This will do a lot of good to them. And I'm very glad that these initiatives are taken for the benefit of people working in this ministry. I would like to give my best wishes and blessings to all of you who are doing yoga and who is yet to start and has started the yoga, so that you can spread happiness and keep robust health in the middle of the ocean. Everyone lives in an unseen ocean of prana. Life is in the ocean of air. Now, sailing in the water at the same time, soaking in the ocean of blissful prana is so wonderful.
Yes. So I would just like to add into how yoga will help us deal with this, no? Deal with what we, the things that that play on our mind while our time at the sea. So first I would like to just share with you that the first batch of the program happened, and which has trained 56 people to take the workshops now. So this happened, I think 3 months back. And after that, the next step was the launch of the program. So the program was launched in 2025, 21st of June, the IDY. And now I would like to share with you how yoga helps. How does yoga play a role to handle your mind and to be able to face all these things that go through our mind. And I feel that yoga is something which is required for all of us, right? We know how to do our work because we are trained for that, but we don't know how to train our own mind. And our mind is the one that experiences everything. Suppose you're having a very good day and you are there with your friends and you're having a very good time, but you have a phone call, and the phone call, you hear some bad news. Will you still feel the same way? I doubt that, no? Just hearing a bad news makes your mind not so good, and your experience of the whole thing changes, right? So the way the skill you can have to handle your mind is something that can be trained or can be learned. Yes, so our mind oscillates between the past and the future. So there is a research done in Oxford which says that 80% of the time that we are up, we are not sleeping, our mind is either in the past or in the future. So what happens when our mind is in the past? What happens then? There are not so good thoughts that come in us. There are times when we wanted to do something, we didn't do it, so we don't feel happy about it. Yes? And when our mind is in the future, there is a level of stress, there is a level, because it is not yet happened. Yes? So there is we are anxious about what is going to happen. So in both the times, we cannot be happy. Happiness is only there in the present, in this now. Yes? So how can you bring your mind in this now? The only way you can bring your mind in this now is through the breath. Yes? Because the breath is the only thing that is there with us always in the present moment, right? You cannot breathe in the past, nor you can breathe out in the future. You have to breathe in and out only in the present moment, right? So this breath, through breath, how can you inculcate an habit of handling your own mind and be happy? Because only a happy mind can work more efficiently, can be able to make the people close to them happy, right? If your mind is not good, you cannot make other people happy. So this yoga will be helping them how to handle their state of mind, and also how to become more flexible, more fit, which in turn will lead to more clarity with respect to life, and also it will lead to operational efficiency because their mind is clear, right? One more thing that I would like to share how yoga helps is, so there are some days where your prana, the prana is the life force which is there in all of us. There are some days where our prana is very high. On those days we feel so good, no? We feel uplifted, we can rule the world, we can do what we want to. But there are few days where our prana is very low and we feel, you don't want to move out of bed, you don't want to go to work that day, right? We all have experienced this. But how does this prana go up and down? There are 4 main reasons behind it. The first is food, like it's there on the screen. Food. If you have more food, you don't feel more fresh, right? And if you don't have food also, you don't feel fresh. The right quantity of food is required for you to feel good. And the right type of food is required for you to feel fresh and energetic and be in the high prana level. Then the second is sleep. If you sleep too much, do you feel very fresh and recharged? I doubt so, no? You feel more lazy after that. Yes? And if you don't sleep at all, do you feel fresh? Even that doesn't work. There is a right quantity of sleep which is required, which is 6 to 8 hours. And also when do you sleep is very important. Yes, because your body heals at night. The third source is a calm and peaceful state of mind. When you're with your friends, you feel happy. When you're doing things that you love, you feel happy. If you love to run, you feel happy when you do that. It has a role to play in your state of mind. But the fourth and most important role is that of the breath. Yes, because the breath has the power to heal what's there within you. Yes, all the waste in us, 80% of that comes out through the breath. The rest is in forms of excreta or different kinds of waste. But mainly the breath is responsible to remove all the waste from your body and help you detox. So yoga is a holistic practice which will help you, handle your own mind through breath, make your mind clear, be happy and keep others happy. But this project, the project in itself is such an important step, because this shows that the DGS feels for their people and they want them to be happy. Only a happy fleet can be an efficient fleet and can be a safe fleet, right? So this program integrates yoga in a way to help in the efficiency, to help in the state of mind of of the people, and also in turn it will improve the efficiency and make them live a healthier and happy life. So I would really like to thank the DGS for having this initiative in place, the Sagar Mein Yog, which I'm sure will have tremendous impact on all the Marines and all the seafarers. Thank you so much.
So may I request you to kindly stay back, because we would like to felicitate you. And for the felicitation, requesting Captain Nitin Mukesh to kindly come up on stage. Thank you so much, sir, for that insightful session. And indeed, health must be everyone's priority. And we must take care of ourselves. And Captain Nitin Mukesh is felicitating Shri Bharat Sabu, yoga expert from the Shri Shri School of Yoga. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today. And this is a beautiful memento of Ma Durga, because we are here in the city of joy, Kolkata. Thank you very much. Thank you. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to request Ms. Aparajita Ray, Surveyor, American Bureau of Shipping, to kindly come up on stage for our next session. Ladies and gentlemen, recognition is an essential component of welfare. Regulations protect rights, but acknowledgement sustains morale. And Ms. Aparajita is here on stage with us. And madam, before you begin your session, we would like to felicitate you. And for the felicitation, may I request Ms. Bharti Bhandakar to kindly come up on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, this session is named Sagar Mein Samman. जी हाँ, आगे बढ़ते हुए शॉल पहनाकर स्वागत कर रही है मैडम मिस अपराजिता रे जी को। एक प्यारा सा planned to remember this day by and a wonderful memento of Ma Durga. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for both the ladies on stage while they have Ma Durga. Thank you so much. Aparajita ma'am, over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It's okay. I'll be taking you through the initiative Sagar Mein Samman, empowering women at sea through safety, dignity, and equality. Samman Suraksha or Sammanta ke saath Sagar Mein Samman. So a short introduction to it. Sagar Mein Samman, or we shortly call it as SMS, a flagship strategic initiative launched by the DG Shipping to transform India's maritime sector into a more equitable, inclusive, and respectful environment for women. More than a policy, SMS is a structured institutional movement to dismantle traditional barriers and institutionalize dignity, safety, and opportunity at sea. Alignment with the Maritime India Vision MIV 2030, the focus on fairness in recruitment, safety, and inclusion, focus on fairness in recruitment, safety, and inclusion, operationalizing policy into measurable workforce diversity outcomes. So one might ask, why Sagar Mein Samman? At the very present, only 1.4% of Indian seafarers are women, addresses structural, cultural, and workplace barriers, promotes dignity, respect, and equal opportunities at sea. And we have a target for 2030 to achieve 12% women participation in technical maritime roles by the year 2030. Policy Foundation and Regulatory Alignment 2023. So we have the following heads who have come under the same umbrella. DG Shipping Order 1 of 2023, which aligns with STCW 1995. Resolution 14 for equal access in maritime sector. Indian Maritime University, IMU, Academic Council approves gender sensitization for pre-C candidates. National Commission for Women, NCW, developed booklets and modules for students and youth to promote gender equity. Sagar Mein Samman, the first initiative was taken under the Global Maritime India Summit 2023, which was held between 17th to 19th of October 2023. Maritime India Vision 2030 tackle the lack of incentives and cultural bias, awareness campaigns, success stories, and opportunity promotion. Evolution of SMS. So this was a collaboration between the DGS, that is Directorate General of Shipping, MUI, and other stakeholders. Awareness policy, advocacy, and capacity building are the core drivers, establishing an industry-wide movement for women's inclusion in maritime, and DG Shipping and MUI as enablers of sustainable gender-inclusive transformation. Full compliance with DGS Order 18 of 2024 to institutionalize gender equity in Indian maritime. The phase 1 milestone highlights was in November 2024 with the DGS Order number 18, which is, you can see the screenshot of it, which is establishment of task force for women in maritime for nurturing and supporting the Directorate's initiative of Sagar Mein Samman. We have some highlights from the phase 1, the milestones achieved. This is October 2023 with the concept launch at the Global Maritime India Summit 2023. January 2025, this was the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with Maritime Union of India. January 2025, where the logo was launched with a ceremony at India SCI Mumbai. February 2025, international recognition at the Green Shipping. May 2025, we had the formal policy launch on International Maritime Day for Women in Maritime. The future of SMS, course of work streams planner. This is the phase 2 after the initial phase 1 highlights were achieved. This is national awareness and institutional training to be rolled out, trainer certification and SMS integration in MTIs, Maritime Training Institutes, mentorship networks and grievance redressal systems, gender audit toolkit and annual inclusion reporting, scholarships for women seafarers, corporate partnerships for inclusive hiring. Circular 05 of 2026 issued the 5-year SMS action plan. Then we have the legal and policy framework where Sagar Mein Samman, it is a rights-based draft policy framework issued by the DGS under DGS order of 2024 dated 25th November 2024. This policy aims to institutionalize women's participation in India's maritime sector. It is anchored to be constitutional principles of equality, dignity, and non-discrimination. It seeks to integrate these rights into maritime governance structures. The framework provides a regulatory mandate for safe, inclusive, and non-discriminatory workplace. It covers both shipboard and shore-based maritime employment. The policy works towards standardizing gender compliance obligations, and it applies to maritime administrations as well as industry stakeholders. Legal safeguards compliance architecture. Enforceable legal safeguards through mandatory ICCs, confidential reporting and anti-retaliation protection. Compulsory POSH, this is prevention of sexual harassment at workplace, compliance across maritime workplaces. Structured grievance redressal mechanisms for time-bound action, regulatory audits and monitoring by DGS. Accountability of maritime training institutes for gender-sensitive training. Shipping companies for workplace compliance and safe employment conditions. And manning agencies for equitable recruitment, shifting gender inclusion from voluntary to a legal obligation. So another highlight from the phase 2, February 2026, implementation of Sagar Mein Samman 5-year action plan 2025 to 2030 for promotion of gender equality and inclusion in maritime sector. So we have some highlights from phase 2 here. January 2026, Milap, ITF Seafarers Expo. This was held in the Princess Dock, Masgaon in Mumbai. We have some of the seafarers' feedbacks right from their own mouths. So some of them will be reading out to you today. Bullying and harassment are faced not only by junior seafarers but also by senior officers. Therefore, seafarers request that all enquiries be conducted in a fair and unbiased manner, irrespective of the rank or position. Gender sensitization should be implemented across all sectors. Its introduction in the maritime profession is a positive step and will help create awareness about many previously unrecognized issues. To increase the number of women seafarers, special pre-joining orientation sessions should be conducted to help women understand the challenges of shipping industry. It is also suggested that ships with a full women complement, fully manned by women, to be introduced initially, after which women will be deployed on ships with male officers in a phased manner. Paternity leave should be granted to all male employees to promote shared family responsibilities and a more inclusive work environment. Gender sensitization should begin at school level so that respectful attitudes and inclusive behavior are developed from an early age. The common misconception that women on board ships distract other crew members needs to be addressed. Performance at sea depends on competence, dedication, and determination, and the support of modern technology, not gender. Physical fitness and strength training should be provided to women seafarer aspirants in maritime training institutes so that they can safely meet onboard job requirements and avoid accidents and injuries. So our vision from 2025 to 2030, you can see here, they have shown in a bullet form, year-wise, which we will be showing you in the coming slides a little more in depth. So we have a 5-year roadmap of SMS. It has started last year, 2025. So the first year, 25 to 26, foundation building. Focus on establishing vision, identity, and policy framework of SMS. Launch of communication platforms, publish women's stories, introduce India's first maritime gender inclusion policy, and begin drafting the National Maritime Gender Framework. Awareness programs and institutional mechanisms will lay the groundwork for long-term change. Year 2, 26 to 27, will be the institutional integration. Move from awareness to implementation, roll out the National Maritime General Framework, conduct outreach tours to gender audits, launch a mentorship program, introduce a gender scorecard, and strengthen recognition through awards and storytelling initiatives. Year 3, 27 to 28, expansion and engagement. Expand impact through research, partnerships, and accountability. Publish an annual status report, integrate gender metrics into inspection systems, strengthen academic collaborations, and scale mentorship and training programs nationwide. Year 4, 28 to 29, consolidation and monitoring. Institutionalize leadership development and deepen cross-section collaboration. Host a national conclave, conduct policy reviews, promote achiever recognition, and strengthen monitoring systems to ensure sustainable gender inclusion practices. And year 5, 29 to 30, legacy and mainstreaming. Ensure long-term sustainability by conducting an end-line gender impact assessment, updating the gender framework, launching a replicable SMS toolkit, and establishing a permanent SMS cell at the Directorate General of Shipping, culminating an international showcase of India's achievements. Implementation status and key components. Regulatory and policy integration. We have National Maritime Gender Framework for Organizational Alignment initiated. Circular number 19 is under revision. Integration of gender metrics and quality benchmarks under formulation. Institutional outreach and capacity building. Structured engagement with the maritime training institutes and shipping companies initiated. Webinars and sensitization programs to be conducted on a regular basis. Training of trainers. Model proposed for scalable capacity building. Curriculum modernization and smart classroom standards deliberated. Communication and public engagement. Centralized content curation mechanism established. Awareness videos and structured presentation under development. Annual seminars, workshops, and stakeholder conclave proposed. Now the conclusion. As of now, the initiative concludes that true equality at sea is not merely a policy achievement, but a social movement. The Directorate General of Shipping has moved from visionary ideals to operational imperatives, establishing that gender equity, safety, and empowerment of the foundational pillars of India's maritime future. The deep mentality and emotional shift. Institutionalizing honor. The project transitions the sector from a man's domain to one where honor is woven into the very fabric of opportunity, lived reality, and safety. Safety is defined from the technical formality to a lived everyday reality where women feel respected and free from discrimination. And the target 2030 being the project aims for a 5-fold increase in women's participation in maritime careers 2030 from 1.4% to 12% is the goal. Global leadership by releasing the SMS toolkit and global showcase reports, India positions itself as a front runner in maritime gender inclusion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, VR Maritime would like to felicitate some of our dignitaries, hence requesting our representatives from VR Maritime to kindly come up on stage And they would like to felicitate Captain Nitin Mukesh, Deputy Nautical Advisor, DGS, requesting Captain Nitin Mukesh to kindly join us on stage. Please come, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, our representatives from VR Maritime are here. May I request all of you for a big round of applause as they are felicitating Captain Nitin Mukesh. Wonderful. Moving forward, they would like to felicitate Captain PC Meena, DDG Crew, DGS. So requesting you to kindly join us on stage now. What a wonderful photo, a beautiful frame. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Captain Meena, requesting you to join them. आप सभी से गुजारिश है एक बार जरा जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. I understand लंच के बाद हम थोड़े से अभी टायर्ड फील कर रहे होंगे, but I assure you थोड़ी ही देर में हमारे पैनल डिस्कशन स्टार्ट होने वाले हैं, and those discussions will be very insightful. And right now on the dais, VR Maritime are felicitating Captain PC Meena. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Thank you so much. आगे बढ़ते हुए अनुरोध है श्री मुकुल दत्ता, ex-shipping master, Mumbai. May I request Shri Mukul Datta to kindly join us on stage. Is sir here? Yes, please come, sir. VR Maritime is felicitating Shri Mukul Datta, ex-shipping master, Mumbai. Is it a Himachali topi? Himachali topi, right? Wonderful. Thank you very much. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you, gentlemen. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका. Thank you so much. All right, now it's time for our first panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this subject demands clarity, legal precision, and accountability. Casualties at the sea. Those are not just operational incidents. They raise issues of compensation, employer responsibility, RPSL compliance, insurance obligations, and enforcement mechanisms. When an incident occurs, the questions are immediate and uncompromising. Yes, the questions are, who is responsible? The big question. इसके लिए responsible कौन है? The next question is, what compensation mechanism applies? We will discuss that in this panel discussion. The third question that arises is, are CBA provisions triggered? The fourth question that arises, what is the role of RPSLs? And how fast is relief delivered? So these are the questions, those are to be raised, and these are the questions that arise in case of any operational incident. Hence, let's get ready for the panel discussion, and let me introduce our moderator first. To moderate this crucial discussion, ladies and gentlemen, I'll be inviting Captain Deepak Gupta, representing Anglo-Eastern and MASSA. With his extensive command experience and industry leadership role, he brings operational insight and regulatory understanding to this subject. And our esteemed panelists would be Captain Dipankar Basu, Deputy General Manager, MOL Maritime India Private Limited, providing the ship owner's operational and managerial perspective. Our second panelist, Shri Sajendra Oraon, Deputy Chief Surveyor, MMD Kolkata, representing the statutory authority overseeing marine safety, casualty investigation, and regulatory compliance. Our third panelist, Shri V. Subramanian, Senior Advocate specializing in maritime law, compensation frameworks, and contractual liabilities. Our next panelist, Shri Muhammad Ghulam Ali Ansari, ITF Inspector, representing international labor enforcement mechanisms and the protection of seafarers' rights. And our fifth panelist, Shri Mukul Singhi, representing ICCSA, bringing the perspective of crewing agencies and their compliance responsibilities. So ladies and gentlemen, please join your hands and give a big round of applause for our moderator, Captain Deepak Gupta, and our panelists, Captain Dipankar Basu, Shri Sajendra Oraon, Shri V. Subramanian, Shri Muhammad Ghulam Ali Ansari, and Shri Mukul Singhi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Distinguished guests, members from the Directorate, Administration, and everyone present in the gathering today. We, as this panelist group, have been given some pretty large questions to answer today, and I hope we'll do a big justification in answering whatever we can. Before we start, big congratulations to DG Shipping and the Directorate for opening of the MMD Patna branch. The opening of the MMD Patna branch extends the maritime regulatory framework to Eastern UP, Bihar, and Jharkhand, a very big maritime community in this area. So it does make a difference to all of us. Thank you for addressing the needs of these thousands of people who had to then actually travel across lots and lots of miles to get the regulatory framework done. The opening of the Patna MMD also expands the Directorate's national footprint and will help boost the inland waterways, is what our expectation is. I'd like to now welcome the panelists. The session given to us is Seafarers' Casualties, the rights, relief, and responsibility. The issue is quite complex. It involves vertical roles in various responsible verticals, and the ecosystem surrounding the seafarers is often divided in 4 major verticals, but with overlapping responsibilities, and which is what carries a lot of complexity in this area. If we were to divide this vertical in major broad guidelines, it would consist of the national ecosystem, which would have the Directorate, the MMD, etc. The second would be the international ecosystem, which would have the IMO, the ILO, the ITF. Then the third, the institutional ecosystem, which would have the DSEO, the DSO, the MMD, and the association ecosystem, mostly represented by the unions, S1, etc. And all these combined together to address this complex matter of the seafarers' rights, relief, and responsibility. It is a pleasure to host major members from almost all 4 different verticals. In this discussion, we want to give you a brief overview of what the issue is at hand. And I draw figures from the DG's report, which comes from June 2025. The figures state that out of 328 death cases, only 209 stands resolved. Out of 193 missing cases, 65 stand resolved. So before starting this discussion, we keep a note in our mind that each death or each missing seafarer is not just an occupational hazard. It's a deep human tragedy. It affects families which are involved and leaves families in pain and uncertainty. And we all stand in this panel to address this in every best possible way. To start the proceedings, I would like to state my first question to Captain Dipankar Basu. Captain Basu, what I would like you to kind of explain to the audience here is how is the crisis response framework? And when you receive a casualty report, how as you, as ship manager, activate yourself after this casualty report?
Thank you very much, esteemed panelists, and thank you to the DG Shipping for allowing me to participate in it first.
Just increase the volume a bit.
Yeah. Basically, once the response is governed by the company SMS and of course the flag state regulations, RPSL licensing requirements, insurance obligations, and applicable coastal and port state laws. Okay. So the core principle lies on safety of life, protection of environment, and of course then comes the protection of asset and legal positions. Say the casualty is being reported on board. The first is master's action, ensuring safety of life, prevention of pollution, and initial reporting to the designated person ashore. This, and along with it, masters do the preservation of evidence, VDR, and logbooks, all should be secured. And another very important thing is, any casualty happens, the alcohol test needs to be done within 2 hours. Okay, that's a very, very important thing, and we follow it very, very strictly. And the DPA then, once he receives it, he activates the emergency response team ashore and gives all the possible support to the master, notify the owners, flag, PNI, class, RPSL company, and then, like me, I am sitting in an RPSL company. I inform the next of kin what is happening. Even from the manager's side, the what you would say, the media person is deputed single point contact because of lot of misinformation. Media trials goes on, which needs to be controlled. So, and then if required, we dispatch surveyors and superintendents to the ship to secure it and assist the master. This is generally the overall picture.
Thank you, Captain Basu. So, as I get it, is that the first initial response is extremely important because that's where everything gets kind of established on what exactly happened, because that's the primary answer everyone is looking for. But one of the primary requirements is always to report to the Directorate within the first 24 hours, and our congratulations to Directorate, because for everybody's knowledge, the strong framework of reporting that has been established by the Directorate right from 2018, including the DigiCom Center, etc., that has got us to a position where the number of reported cases in 2018 were just about 18 or 19, and we went to a high of 71 in 2018, and out of that, 2021, and out of that only just about 18 were COVID. So majority of cases now started to get reported to the Directorate for their follow-up, for their investigations, their follow-up with the families, providing a national framework to the families who are getting affected in providing the right answers. So I would now like to bring Mr. Aaron in this discussion. And my question to you, sir, is that the regulatory process that unfolds after a casualty is reported to you, from an RPSL agency or a ship owner who's based in India. How do you go about it for the benefit of everyone? I mean, and I would like you to focus on how do you ensure that what is your role in the first information report, the evidence, how does it get preserved? How do you ensure that the ship owners do the right thing? And a fair investigation is carried out so that people get the right answers. And if that question is too long, I'm sorry. Sure, sir. So I'll kind of break this up. I know the question is too long. Let's break this up to a straightforward thing that once a casualty is reported to you, what are your first initial actions?
Can we have the cordless mics switched on, please?
या जब पहली बार कैजुअलिटी रिपोर्ट होती है डीजी कॉम सेंटर में किया जाता है, दैट इज़ मैन 24/7। जब भी आप करेंगे इमीडिएटली रिपोर्ट आपको रिस्पांस मिल जाएगा। तो जब कैजुअलिटी रिपोर्ट होती है तो वो हमको जो लोकल एमएमडीज़ हैं उनको ऑथराइज़ करते हैं कि एक इंक्वायरी ऑफिसर जैसे पीओ एमएमडी कोलकाता है, उनको इंफॉर्मेशन आएगा कि इंक्वायरी ऑफिसर आप नियुक्त करें। उसके बाद इंक्वायरी ऑफिसर जहाज़ पे जाते हैं और फिर इन्वेस्टिगेशन करते हैं। ये एक एसओपीज़ डाला हुआ है डीजी शिपिंग के वेबसाइट में, लेफ्ट साइड जाएंगे तो कैजुअलिटी ब्रांच में एसओपीज़ डाला हुआ है, तो हम लोग उसको फॉलो करते हैं। उसके बाद सारा एविडेंसेस लाइक सर ने बोला कि ऑल द वीडियो डाटाज, लॉग बुक, मूवमेंट बुक्स, स्टेटमेंट्स, सारा हम लोग एविडेंस को इकट्ठा करते हैं और प्रिजर्व करके रखते हैं। एंड रेगुलेटरी प्रोसेस में उसके बाद हमारा एक दैट इज़ अ पार्ट ऑफ पीआई, प्रिलिमिनरी इंक्वायरी बोलते हैं इस पार्ट को, और फिर हम लोग रिपोर्ट सबमिट करते हैं डायरेक्टरेट को। ये चलता रहता है हमारा। और सेकंड पार्ट क्या था क्वेश्चन का?
Sir, the second part was that, you know, in your initial follow-up, how do you ensure that the evidence preservation is done correctly, and also the investigation is done fairly so that all parties are satisfied and get the right answers?
पहली बात तो मैं जब भी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करने जाता हूँ तो उनको मैं बोलता हूँ कि ये ब्लेम गेम नहीं है। आप कृपया अपने स्टेटमेंट्स या फिर जो भी डॉक्यूमेंट सबमिट कर रहे हैं प्रॉपर तरीके से दें, कोई इसमें मैनिपुलेशन ना हो। सेकेंडली हम लोग एविडेंस प्रिजर्व करते हैं ताकि मान लीजिए वो दोबारा समझिए वो फॉर्मल इन्वेस्टिगेशन में चला गया थ्रू कोर्ट ऑर्डर्स, तब वो जो एविडेंस कलेक्ट किए हैं तभी वो काम आएगा।
करेक्ट।
और जब ये दोबारा स्क्रूटनी होने के लिए डायरेक्टरेट के पास जाता है रिपोर्ट, पीआई रिपोर्ट, वो भी स्क्रूटनी कर सकते हैं ताकि एक फेयर इन्वेस्टिगेशन हुआ हो उसको प्रूव कर सकें।
Thank you, sir.
ठीक है सर। और कुछ सर?
नहीं sir, I'll probably come back to you on a follow-up question because this trail is just beginning. But after a casualty has taken place, the ship owner has done his own process of making sure that all evidence is preserved. The directorate is involved, the director is not involved. One of the primary organizations which all of us get affected by, which comes into play, is the P&I club. Because that's the club now that is going to be involved with the ship owner and ensure that the family gets a proper compensation. So I will now invite Subramaniam sir. And sir, from a very P&I perspective, my question to you is that can you describe how a P&I club responds when notified of a seafarer casualty? And one of the requests that I have is that when we say about a casualty, I want in your answer to include things about missing cases, dubious cases where we don't know whether the person is missing or is a desertation, and the challenges around it.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, thank you so very much for having me on the panel today. It's really a pleasure to be here. Now, before I start answering, that question needs a little bit of a rephrasing because, quite frankly, all the responsibilities really is that of the ship owner member of the P&I club. The P&I club only assists the ship owner and indemnifies the ship owner for any legal liability that the ship owner would have for any third-party claims, which would also include seafarers, falling sick on board, or they're getting injured on board, or going missing, or there is a death on board, etc. So what technically or usually happens is that, just like Mr. Basu said, the information from the ship comes to the DP, comes to the managers, or to the owners as the case may be, and that is intimated to the P&I club saying that there could be a possible claim, so we are intimating the incident to you. It just works like how an incident is reported to an insurer. Once that is done, in normal circumstances, the master and the vessel itself, they have their SOP for what all needs to be done. And it is expected of the ship owner that all those SOPs are properly done, including preservation of evidence. As far as the P&I club is concerned, they have insured the ship, the vessel is entered with them. If something is legally payable, whatever the quantum may be, that shall be paid. So P&I club is not bothered about, we kind of paint a picture that this is a liability that we can walk out of or something. P&I clubs never do that. The international group clubs settle claims for millions of dollars, and they are not bothered about claims and quantums of claims because they exist to protect the ship owner against such things. So therefore, that's the first part which people need to understand, that anything and everything is that of the ship owner or the ship manager, and the P&I club is there in the background to protect and indemnify the ship owner for any liability that he faces as a consequence of any event such as this on board. Now, coming down to seafarers, what are the different types of things that we see? One is seafarers falling sick. They're getting into some kind of an accident or injury on board, seafarers going missing, or death as a consequence of the employment or whatever it may be. There are various cases, but broadly these are the four things that we come across in what we do.
Yeah.
Now, as far as any illness, sickness, or any injury on board is concerned, the SOPs are very, very clear. Immediate medical attention to be provided. If necessary, medical airlifting is also done out of vessels, or the crew is discharged at the next available port. If hospitalization is required, that hospitalization is provided, and then the crew is repatriated to the home port. If further hospitalization and treatment is required, that is looked after. The applicable sick wages, whatever is payable, is ensured that is paid to the crew members. And then after all this comes, the main part is the compensation. In terms of if there is an accident, if there is an injury, compensation which is as prescribed by the Seamen's Employment Agreement or the CBA is immediately paid. In terms of time frame, if the hospitalization goes on for a long time, invariably about, say, I would say 15, 20 days to 3 months post discharge from the hospital, the applicable compensation is paid. There is not even any negotiation in that behalf, because fortunately, all the agreements and CBAs are very clear as to what is payable. So everybody, the ship owner, the P&I club, the seafarer himself knows that what is it that he is entitled to get. And that is paid off, there is no problem. Where there is death, if the death is during and in the course of employment, if that is due to an accident, again, there is no problem. Body is repatriated, handed over, burial expenses are paid, and whatever is the claim, the death benefit which comes under the Seamen's Employment Agreement and the CBA is also paid off. This takes lesser time for most times when it's usual death than even a sickness, because sickness involves hospitalization. Here that is not there. So the time frame we are looking at is about 3 months or so. That's, in my experience, that's what it's been with most of the P&I clubs. Problem arises where the seafarer goes missing, there is presumed death, there is allegation of suicide, there is a family says that, this cannot be a suicide. We just spoke to him 6 hours back and he was perfectly in order. When you do investigation on board, it comes across as even he enjoyed or participated in a party just the previous day, and the next morning the guy has gone missing. So those are the cases where further investigations are required. Now, if it's a case where there is evidence that the concerned seafarer committed suicide, where there are eyewitnesses or any form of experience on board where there have been complaints about him not being okay, or him having financial difficulties or some sort of thing like that, further investigations are conducted, and if there should be evidence that indeed it is a suicide, somebody saw him jumping out, he has hung himself in the cabin or something of that sort, then in which case there is no compensation payable legally, because in fact most of the CBAs also specifically say so, Indian law says so, where there is a self-inflicted act, then no compensation is payable, and obviously there cannot be a claim where legally that is barred by law. So those are the cases which are the touchy cases, where there is clear evidence that the man has jumped off or has done some self-inflicting act and took his life, then compensation is not payable. Those are the easier cases. Cases where there is absolutely nobody who saw him jumping out. He's just gone missing. There is nothing on board the ship. Investigation doesn't reveal anything. Everything is perfectly in order. But he's gone missing, and there is no evidence of that he's jumped off or taken his own life, and he's not found on board the ship. In those kind of cases, the compensation is paid, terming it as to be a death and presumed death rather than a suicide. So these are the various ways that P&I Club. Now, the role of the P&I Club in all this is, as I said, is everything and anything is done by the owners. But the P&I Club helps, supports, because P&I clubs operate worldwide through a network of correspondents. Now, these correspondents know what the local requirements, etc. are. So they press into service correspondence, including to book a hospital, arrange for the transport, repatriation, and whatever else is required, including to assist and stand by when local authorities investigate. Invariably, the flag state comes on board to investigate. The local police are involved in investigation where seafarers go missing. So these are in those missing cases where, it's not clear. But clear-cut cases where there is an illness or medical issues and so on, it's fairly straightforward. Where there is death, and it's not a case of person going missing or even a thought of a suicide, it's easy. The problem is where it's going missing and there is no answer which is found on board. So P&I Club assists in various these things through the network of correspondence.
Right.
And whatever is payable is most of the time the owner pays and is reimbursed by the P&I Club, or the P&I Club pays on behalf of the owner. That's how it works. I think that should answer the question.
That does answer, sir. But I do want to appreciate one of your statements that we are a club which is here to settle compensation, and we have no problems with that. And
absolutely.
That is one of the things we should carry away from here, that it's the clubs being there as a backbone support in terms of indemnity and protection claims actually do help the ship owners in a lot of ways. I just want to move a little forward now, and having a position where we have a casualty or we have a unfortunate death on board or a serious injury on board, there is an element of family support which is necessary. And this is also it leads into complex situations because of a slight delay in information, a lack of information, a time delay in getting the correct information from the ship itself. Now, here is where the ITF comes in. And ITF kind of becomes a double pillar, being a national ecosystem as well as an international ecosystem. So, Mr. Gulam, my question to you is that when these activities are taking place where the RPSL or the ship owner is into investigations, the Directorate has launched its parallel means to ensure that there's a fair investigation taking place. P&I Club has already been given its initial notifications. The maximum extent a ship owner or the RPSL is going across is to keeping the family informed. But there is this element of supporting the family, and that's where you come in. That support is extremely important, and that's where ITF and ISWAN kind of jump in and kind of provide that support. So my question to you is that how does the union support the injured or the deceased seafarers' families during this compensation and repatriation process?
Thank you. Actually, first of all, I like to say you that I am here representing National Union of Seafarers of India, and what I know, National Union of Seafarers of India regarding the Indian flag, they have an agreement from 70 years they are maintaining a proper agreement. On that agreement, each and everything is well mentioned. If something happen, if finger is going to cut, what amount should be given, everything is very properly written over there. And from last 30 years, they are having a foreign flag agreement. But beside this is okay. If something happen, everyone is getting accordingly. And in this situation, when something happened, the company used to inform union. They have a responsibility to inform union. They have a responsibility to inform family. In this situation, union played a very vital role. They used to visit the family because the seafarer, most of the seafarers are not explaining their family regarding the shipping. Exactly.
Yes.
Some seafarers are giving their employment agreement copy, keeping in their home. Some seafarers are never. So family don't have any documents sometimes. So here union can help them. They ask the company for a copy of an agreement, provide to the family, see this is an agreement, don't worry, everything will, whatever rights of a seafarer as a compensation, they will get, we are here. Just make them understand and make them, see, yes. If someone died, the money cannot be fulfilled, but at least money can manage the situation. So, because if someone dies, with him, the dream of a family is also died. So it's very hard to say on this situation. But accordingly, union used to play a vital role, maintaining the company, maintaining the family. If required, they can send an email or communicate with the PNI, insurer, whatever required. Even there is a very vital role of a DG shipping, MMD, port state control. If the things happen on some port, the union can request to the port state control and the MMD to make a proper investigation. So the things will not complicated, everything will be clear. And regarding we are doing lots of cases. In the foreign water, if something happened to any seafarer, we are helping the Indian seafarer and multinational seafarers as well. So anything happened to seafarer, we used to approach the relevant authorities, like flag state, like port state control, and we are sending the email to the companies, to the PNI, everyone. So they need to know ITF is there. If anything required, any kind of assistance required, ITF will try to do his best. Yes. And I have one question, because I was doing lots of inspection. In some vessels I used to saw in their SCA, they are writing that death and disability as per PNI. Is this correct?
Sorry about that, yeah. No, that is not correct, because PNI does not have any role in deciding about the wages or the compensation or anything. Those are things between the ship owner and the employee. That is actually a very incorrect statement. I too have come across things like that, and it surprises me because there is nothing called a PNI compensation. Compensation may be paid or eventually be reimbursed by PNI, but there is nothing such as that. But invariably, compensation in a seaman's employment contract has to be as per the relevant CBA, because the union signed that with the ship owners. That provides for everything, the terms of service and everything that the seafarer is entitled to, including his wages, overtime, the compensation which is payable, how it's payable, to whom it's payable. So that is a misnomer, and I think all the RPSLs should, ensure that this is changed. Check what is the relevant CBA applicable to that SEA. The SEA should state that this is subject to the terms and conditions of this CBA, and particularly say that, and that is what is to be mentioned. So it's a misnomer that, it will be as per PNI. There is nothing such as that.
Actually, these vessels not using the CBA, they were only found using the SCA. And in this SCA, they are writing like this: the medical, the emergencies, everything is covered by as per PNI. debt and disability as per PN. In this situation, what we can...
Whatever is the local law then, whatever the local law provides, the standards which of compensation that the local law provides, that would apply. And the ship owner would be then bound liable for all those things. Once the ship owner is bound liable, the P&I club will pay that.
Thank you very much. I think Captain Basu has...
I just want to say one word. The ACA should be always accompanied by the service terms and conditions.
Yes.
Where it will be clearly written, all the terms and conditions.
Absolutely.
Standard RPSLs, they have it.
Yeah, that's it. So it has to be mentioned.
Has to be mentioned.
I am not talking about standard RPSLs. Many
CBA
vessels
is there kept on board. Yeah. And anyone can say, and every year the compensation rate changes. And even if you were joined previous year, it will be applicable the next year. Say 25, someone has joined, 26, the rate has changed and death has happened. So it will be as per that.
Actually, sir, they are not mentioning any amount or anything. Only they are writing over there death and disability as per PNI.
Yeah, that is an incorrect thing. You cannot do that. You shouldn't do that. And in fact, the seafarers should read that. I mean, seafarers ought to be reading their agreements and they need to be made aware. Even the earlier speakers today said that seafarers need to be aware as to what it is. The RPSL agents need to tell the seafarers what their entitlements are. And it's only after they understand what it is they should be signing and going on board. If they do that, that's an added protection for themselves, because eventually if something should go wrong, they are the ones who are the beneficiaries of all these things. So once they bear this in mind, I think this will be resolved. Because even earlier Captain Meena was saying that, you know, if our RPSL agents do their jobs and most of these issues would be resolved. There is an equal obligation on the part of the seafarer also to ask if they don't understand something. Yeah. And something like if somebody says, oh, the compensation will be as per PNI, please do not accept it. There is nothing like compensation as per PNI, because PNI is not your employer. Yeah. So there is nothing such as that. Compensation will be either, as he said, under the terms and conditions of employment or the applicable CBA or the local law.
Actually, just to put into perspective, I think what Captain Meena talked about this morning about the Form 1, this is what is bringing RPSL closer to the people who are actually getting on to the ship and giving the power to the seafarers themselves to verify what is RPSL standing in terms of directorate compliance. That is a huge step forward in terms of at least ensuring that people don't land up in wrong hands or in a wrong company or on a wrong ship. And that, I think, in the coming infrastructure and the coming network that is being built up, that will definitely solve. There's a good saying. They say that a vault is never weak or strong. It is a system around it which makes it strong or weak. So with that, I'm coming to Mr. Sangvi sir. And what I want to ask you, because you're from the coastal network, and I ask you the question more from a owner's perspective, is that what role does a leadership play in ensuring that all of these things don't really happen? And if they do, they are handled correctly. Because we have seen most of the wrong cases going because of either lack of leadership or a complete absence of it. So how do you establish this fact? How do you think of leadership influencing these factors?
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, all the panelists and Deepak ji. Actually, when you started the session, you said something which I think the previous speakers corroborated very well. It's a complicated issue once the casualty does happen. And so many processes are involved, so many people get involved, so many perspectives get involved, as we have explored through, you know, the eloquent speakers who've spoken before me. However, the prevention part of it, to my mind, is fundamentally based on a very simple, diktat, which is that, you know, seeing safety not as a slogan, but as a lived value. And it boils down to that at the most abstract level. And leadership is, is where that responsibility is absolute. Because they are the ones, the ship owners and the leading management in the ship owner enterprise, that can make that a reality. You know, we can comply with the ISM code to the fullest extent, but if we allow commercial concerns to override safety decisions, we would fail. So that is something that leadership can bring, and few points that I can highlight there based on our discussions internally in the in ICSA. One is zero tolerance for retaliation against any reports by any crew members of minor incidents of any safety concerns on board. So essentially boiling down to a good, robust whistleblower policy, which is well explained to the junior most crew member on board a ship. Another would be realistic scheduling for that acknowledges fatigue and overload for the crew on board a ship. I mean, as an operator myself, more in the coastal and inland space, we have gone to the extent where in our contracts with our charterers, we actually put this in the contract that this is the number of hours this shift is going to work, and that's it. So then respect for a master's authority to delay sailing for safety reasons. This is, of course, a more subjective thing, but in general, we have to, let that decision making err on the side of the safety part, as opposed to the productivity part. And perhaps one most important thing is visible engagement from the management, which needs to be accessible and not distant. This is again through policies like the whistleblower policy or through regular interactions for smaller fleet owners. They can have even a day during the week when a couple of hours is open to them. We live in a country where anyone can write to the PMO today with a complaint they have. I mean, we need to emulate that in our companies as well. So basically, seafarers themselves are the strongest safeguard of safety. That is where most incidents can be avoided itself, as long as they are empowered properly with the right training, with the right knowledge, and if leadership gets involved in this process with the right empowerment to point out safety concerns, to make sure things don't even get to where we've been talking about so far. So that's.
Thank you. One very good thing that you said was that today anybody can write to the PMO. Actually, looking at the morning session now, everybody can write to the directorate as well. So thank you, sir, for that telephone number which we can write to, and the email address as well. I think that's being used quite extensively nowadays, and we have had our own seafarers do that. I'll follow this up, what you just mentioned, from a very honest perspective, and just take this across to something which we called as an agency agreement. And then we'll take it to RPSL. So now what happens here is that the RPSL, most of the seafarers, a lot of seafarers here, so important for you. RPSL can be tending to its own company where the ships are under technical management, or RPSL could be tending to a company which is technically managed by somebody else. This morning we saw, I think the circular is number 25 of 2025, where the RPSL has an absolute responsibility to ensure it's properly certified. But I don't think we stop at that. We go a little step ahead. So my question to you is, what appropriate safeguards do you think should be established from the RPSL's end to ensure that there is appropriate protection to the seafarers when they're going on ships managed by a company which we have an agency agreement only, and do not really have an absolute authority of what they're going to do on that?
It's very difficult for me to say just means my company is RPSL company directly under the owners.
Yes.
Very difficult to say what a non-ownership RPSL company will do. But I can tell you what we do. Any incident, accident happening on board is documented as a circular.
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
As a circular with root cause analysis and circulated on board. Okay, and these are available to our seafarers by ID and password protected, of course.
Yeah.
Online even when they are ashore, they are able to see it. And it is one of our, what you can say, in the checklist, before joining, we see how much he has read. We try to ensure that they have read, they have understood, and of course, pre-joining briefing and all are there. And of course, the most important thing is preparing them for emergency preparedness. So for that, we have trainings, drills on board, audits conducted. So basically, like SIRE 2.0, behavioral based
inspections on the ship.
Inspections and come up. So these are the things which are very, very important so that the seafarers knows about how things, if it goes wrong, what will happen. I will tell you something like people do not register their NOK correctly. Okay. A person has just got married and he will not change his NOK, keep it with his parents, some of them, and if unfortunately something happens, then the legality comes over there, succession law and all such things, which I think PNI is dealing a lot about it. So complication comes over there.
Yes.
The money is there, but how it is distributed? So it is delayed. So if such things, so it is, we do our best to educate the seafarers that you should have correct Aadhaar card. Even the seafarers, their CDC is issued when they were in the institute. They don't change the address. Address mismatch in passport and CDC. I mean, so many things are there.
Yeah.
So these are things we do thoroughly check when they are joining.
No, sure, sir. I think we're just running a little short on time here. So I want to follow up a question on Mr. Mukul Singhi. Any closing comments from the owner's side? And then one last comment from Mr. Arun. Can we do something better as the other side of Directorate to whom which we report in helping you better investigate this or do this better? First you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. So I think just, as a conclusion or, something that I'd just like to highlight is that, the effort of preventing casualties, the effort of making safety a lived value boils down basically to collaboration. I mean, it is industry, regulators, DG Shipping, the unions, classification societies, training institutions, P&I. We all have to kind of ensure that there are processes in place where we're constantly sitting down and working together, just like we're talking about it today. There has to be collective commitment, to creating safety forums, to creating shared training programs. And as owners, if we treat welfare of seafarers as a cost, it's just not going to work. We have to kind of shoot for a situation where, I wrote this down so I don't get it wrong, but if we treat welfare as risk management and human capital investment, both safety and productivity will improve.
Yes, absolutely right. And that's why I think that investment in welfare should be done unequivocally by almost every company, whether it be a shipping company or not. I think that's a standard message that's going across to almost the entire industry across. So final comments from Mr. Arun about what could we do better?
All masters, crew members, RPSL agencies and management agencies to present the evidence as it is. Yes. Do not manipulate. And most of the places I have seen that managers do pressurize crew to limit their words. आपको इतना ही बोलना है, इससे ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना है. तो हम लोग कोई कंक्लूजन में नहीं पहुंच पाएंगे. तो मेरा एडवाइस रहेगा या सजेशंस रहेंगे कि प्लीज़ एविडेंसेस को प्रिजर्व करें और जैसा मांगा जाए या जैसा बोला जाए वैसा ही करें इन्वेस्टिगेटर्स को. और बस ध्यान में रखें कि ये ब्लेम गेम नहीं है. हम लोग किसी क्रू को या कंपनी को ब्लेम नहीं करते हैं उसमें। हमारा एक ही मकसद है कि ये जो कैजुअलिटी हुई है ये दोबारा ना हो उस जहाज़ पे। इसके चलते उसको हम लोग एनालिसिस करते हैं और फिर नया गाइडलाइंस लाते हैं, कुछ नोटिसेस लाते हैं ताकि इम्प्रूवमेंट हो। तो मेरा सजेशन रहेगा कि ऑल जितने भी एविडेंसेस हों वो ज्यों का त्यों ही हमें सबमिट करें और सच्चाई बोलें। Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I really want to thank all of you for your valuable comments. I hope the seafarers who are attending today do take this forward and transfer this message across to their friends, colleagues, their families. There are a lot of very important things that have come out of this discussion. Things like families not being aware where people are working, families not being aware what contract you signed, families not being aware which company you work for, families not being aware of institutions like ITF, ISWAN, etc. So a lot of takeaways from this session, and I thank you for your contribution to it. Thank you very much. We want to know if anybody has got a question, but I'm not sure if there's a time for that. No? Okay, fine, then we'll close it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much, everybody.
Thanks to our panelists and our moderator, requesting all of you to kindly stay back as we would like to felicitate all of you. And for the felicitation, may I request Captain Nitin Mukesh to join us, please. Thank you very much. And that was indeed a very insightful session. Thanks to all the panelists and, of course, to our moderator. And ladies and gentlemen, this is a memento of Howrah Bridge, the iconic Howrah Bridge, because we would want our panelists and our moderator to take back a piece of Kolkata with them. So please step forward. A wonderful moment when Captain Nitin Mukesh is handing over the memento of Howrah Bridge to our panelists. So ladies and gentlemen, that was the first panel discussion, and we will be moving on towards the second panel discussion shortly, but before that, we have a few more felicitations. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thanks to our moderator and to all the panelists. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Please put your hands together. Ladies and gentlemen, requesting everyone to kindly put their hands together for the moderator and panelists of the first session. We would like to take a group photo. And ladies and gentlemen, there's a team that has been working tirelessly day and night to make this event successful. And now I'll be requesting Captain Nitin to kindly stay back on stage so that we can felicitate that team. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Mr. Sumit Patra, Ms. Aishwarya Malve, Mr. Arinudh Sharma, Ms. Pooja Vakani, and Ms. Devika Tiwari. So ladies and gentlemen, this is the team that has worked tirelessly to make this event successful, hence requesting all of you to kindly put your hands together. Please give them a big round of applause because that's all that they need. Your appreciation, your love, and a token of recognition. The Howrah Bridge. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together. We would like to take a group photo with Captain Mukesh. Yes, please. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to move towards our second session. Yes, second panel discussion. And it is a matter that directly tests regulatory effectiveness, abandonment, delayed wages, contractual failures, and welfare safeguards. To moderate this important session, I invite Captain Mahesh Yadav, representing FOSMA, an experienced maritime leader with deep involvement in fleet operations and policy coordination. Ladies and gentlemen, Captain Mahesh Yadav is the moderator of this session. Please give it a big round of applause. And now our panelists. Starting with Captain PC Meena, DDG Crew, DGS, managing maritime professional and continuously working for the seafarers, processes and agendas related to RPSL and the welfare of the seafarers. Shri Ranjan Bose, Synergy Group and MASSA, offering ship management and crewing industry insights. Captain N. Kormukar, FOSMA, bringing ship owners' operational and compliance perspectives. Ms. Bharti Bhandarkar, MUI, representing maritime unions and the collective voice of seafarers. And Captain Ashok Menon, Principal, IMEI, Kolkata, representing maritime education, training standards, and institutional responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to begin the second panel discussion. So requesting everyone, please put your hands together for our moderator and our panelists. Over to our moderator.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks to all of those who have stayed back after lunch, and particularly the ones who have stayed back after tea for this second session. The title here is Seafarers' Abandonment and Welfare. So we'll take the first part first, that is the seafarers' abandonment. And before I go for any discussion with the panel, I would like Captain Meena, who has got all these figures on his fingertips, and he keeps telling us almost every alternate week, because people in Calcutta may or may not be aware of the extent of this issue or this problem, and where do we stand internationally in terms of the abandonment of seafarers. So Captain Meena, first to you so that you can enlighten the people, and then after that we'll begin with the rest.
Good afternoon all. Once again, in my previous presentations, we tried to cover up what is abandonment, what is the international status, and where India has standed. So for the last consecutive 3 years, the Indian seafarers or India, we are number one. Our seafarers are the largest seafarers who have been declared by different ship owners around the Gulf. Majority of these cases comes from the Gulf region, followed by Turkey and Malaysia and in Indonesia and Singapore region. So internationally at any platform, Indian seafarers are number one. Recently in 2025, around 1125 Indian seafarers have been abandoned globally. So this is the status where we stand. Any newspaper, BBC or any international platform, ICS, BIMCO or IMO or the ILO, all these issues are discussed and where the Indian seafarers are in the limelight, not for the good things, but for the bad things. So this is the challenge for all of us as a nation, as well as individual seafarers. As additional DG sir morning said, all the seafarers are ambassador of India outside India. So you have to represent India and that means the Indian seafarers are abundant, over 1125 in the year 2025. So our objective should be to reduce it as much as possible through the administrative or any other approaches, through the stakeholders, through the trade unions, through our ship owners, through our foreign ship owners, and our agents. So this is where we stand. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Meena, and he's got all the statistics and everything is updated at all times. I think I'll first begin with Mr. Rajan Bose. He's actually my Man Friday that happens to be today. For all the questions that will be addressed, he represents Synergy Maritime, the only person in this group who is actually representing the employers. Let's first begin with your personal take on this title of abandonment of seafarers. After that, we'll go with the rest of the questions.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's indeed a privilege sharing the dais with esteemed people out here. It's, as has already been stated by Captain Meena, it's a very serious problem that we are encountering of late. And this is something that we need to dwell into, and we need to get solutions pretty fast. There have been cases where we have faced situations where what happens after the abandonment is a really, really critical issue, where how people suffer. There are cases of mental well-being. Then there are cases where people have a breakdown, and all sorts of problems that we face. So we need to get into first the cause, and then of course we need to find results in order to ensure that such things don't happen.
How important and is the transparent communication with crew members during crisis, and how should it be handled? And then I'll come to the second part of the question, and that is how important is the transparent communication with the families of the crew members during moments of crisis?
As we all know, communication is the most important thing in any crisis. So whenever we are facing a crisis, we need to ensure that we have good, clear and honest communication. Because we need to the first thing in a crisis is that people start losing confidence. And we need to ensure that we win over their trust, which is very, very important. And that is where the communication skills help. So we need to ensure that we have a culture of clarity, where there is clear communication, everything is told honestly, what is the situation, what are we expecting, how do we need to deal with the situation. Then we have a closed loop communication. Then what is most important is a two-way communication. If we get into a scenario where we are just ensuring that, okay, we just keep giving orders from one side and we don't get the adequate response from the other side, then that is not going to help. Then the most important thing probably in this case, which the industry needs, is empathy. Empathy is a very small word, but it means a lot. And this is something that we have to ensure, and we have to ensure that any situation is dealt with a lot of empathy. Then, of course, we need to manage the information overload and enhance all decision makings, and everything follows suit. The same, I think, needs to be done when we are communicating with the families. We need to ensure that we speak the truth, we tell whatever is relevant, and we ensure that we give the correct information to the families.
There's one question which has been floating around quite a lot these days, particularly when the rules are being drafted, as to what is family.
As it was mentioned in the last discussion that we just had, family refers to your NOK. The next of kin, as per your declaration when you're joining the ship, that is family for us. So that is something that we have to ensure that, as it was mentioned, that it was correctly updated and you have all the details correctly, so that you ensure that you are giving the information to the right person. Because there is so much of misleading of information. There are information can be twisted, then it can, as we are all aware, it can go into the wrong hands. and a lot of things can happen. So as far as we are concerned as RPSL, we are concerned as the authority is your NOK. So you are supposed to communicate with the NOK.
Thank you. The second part of the question related to the welfare part of it, I'll just give you a little background on that first. We've been hearing all the times, you know, issues concerning mental health, people getting depressed, feeling lonely, and those numbers are increasing, and there are so much time and effort which is actually being spent for that particular purpose. Now, keeping that aside, as it happens to be, and it is being addressed in the right way, I would like to hear your opinion on, over the years, the ships have become faster. The ships have become a very fast turnaround. There is no port stay virtually. There is no shore leave, as good as nil, and so on and so forth. And you represent one of the largest companies in India. Don't you think we should also start looking at the tenure or the contract period for the seafarers, particularly the ratings? Because in officers' cadre, of course, it has come down a little bit, not to the satisfaction of the younger officers of today's date. But particularly in the case of rating, we are still sticking to maybe the initial CBAs of with the NUSI.
Yes.
Is it justified in today's date?
I totally agree, that it is not justified, because as you said, like, things have changed a lot in shipping. It's become so hectic, it's become so difficult, less hours of port stay, very critical schedules, people hardly getting a chance to go for shore leave. So yes, that is definitely a point of consideration where we can reduce the tenure of contract for
yes, it costs money. There's nothing comes free. Even all the measures which are being taken for mental health and the other welfare parts for the seafarers, everything costs money. But same way, yes, repatriation will also cost money. Instead of once a year, if you make it twice a year, I think it will go a long way in not only the welfare of the seafarers and their families, for that matter, but also in improving the mental health of the people. That's what I was looking at.
That of course is a very, very valid point, because we normally, whenever we are trying to counsel anybody on board, or when we are trying to speak to somebody, the first complaint, of course, is of fatigue. And fatigue comes out of your long hours of work, you are under a lot of stress, you have a lot of issues. So definitely, like, reducing the period will ensure that we have a more healthy work-life balance on board, and everything can be managed. But yeah, that of course is a point of consideration.
We are a large manpower supplying country, and that will continue, and that will continue growing even as per the government targets and so on. What comes to your mind if I were to tell you one important welfare measure that your company can initiate other than shorter contracts? Think about it peacefully.
Yeah. One important welfare measure is, of course, being connected with the people on board. And there is something called a weekly connect, which can be put into force. That works this way, that every week the person on board, he gets an auto pop-up on his mobile. Nowadays everybody is accessing their mobiles, that how are you feeling today? So then you rate yourself on a 1 to 5 scale, and then that feedback from your side, it comes back to the company. And then if somebody rates us 4 or 5, we are fine with it. The moment it comes to 3 or 2, or worst comes to worst 1, then of course we start getting into conversations with the concerned person and ensure that we try and find out that what is the problem, and that kind of a scenario we try to develop.
Thank you.
So this is something new that we are trying to get into, the mental well-being.
Thank you, Mr. Bose. So now let me go to Captain Karmakar. He is heading the Postmaster Training Institute in Kolkata. And you have about 250 to 260 competency course or post-sea course students at your premises at all times. What feedback or what kind of wish list or general complaints, whichever way you look at it, do you normally get from the people of this category or this cadre? Means they're all virtually senior, starting from second mate onwards. They're all prospective officers or already senior enough officers, particularly the ones coming in for revalidation course, etc. Because we generally tend to take measures based on what we feel, not the other way around, what the seafarers feel about it, what is their wish list. So can you throw some light on that? Not loud enough.
Yeah, very good afternoon, everyone. Firstly, to all the dignitaries from the Directorate and all maritime stakeholders here, students. Thank you, Captain Yadav, sir. If we discount the unscrupulous or fraudulent or criminal causes, then we may put it under 3 headings. That is financial difficulties. If the ship owner runs out of money, then there is nothing much that can be done. Obviously, shipping is a very high reward business, but at the same time, it is one of the highest risk business. And so if the ship owner runs out of money, there is nothing much can be done. Legal difficulties can arise, vessel arrests, legal disputes. Arrests can happen because of illegal activities, smuggling, narcotics, which may or may not be because the crew is involved or anybody related to the ship is involved. It could be sometimes without the knowledge of anybody related to the ship. But then again, pollution charges are there, criminal charges are there. These can cause the ships to be arrested, and legal disputes can come up. The third one is obviously in today's date is piracy and war zone, the geographical and what we call it as geopolitical issues. So these 3, sir, would be the main ones at the moment.
Yeah, thanks, sir. That geopolitical issues. Now, there's another you can say direction altogether. Anyway, we'll come to that. And what suggestions do you think, or do you really get from people in terms of what more can be done?
As a trainer, I think awareness is the keyword. Captain Meena has already highlighted today, and it has also been highlighted previously, that when the seafarer approaches a company, he must go through some kind of a due diligence regarding his employment prospect. Checking the company, that can be done on DG website today if he's going through the Indian RPSL. Even if he is not connected with the Indian RPSL and going through some external ones, he can definitely get some checks done through the unions, MUI, maybe NUSI, FOSMA, MASA, ITF, ILO, IMO websites. They will provide a lot of information regarding this. So the company first, the second one is the ship. So once he is assigned a ship, he can definitely check up with the IMO number. Where is the ship, what it is doing, what kind of voyages it has been going through. These information actually are quite easily available in today's date, and the not only on the websites, but also social networks. So this is somewhere the app-based and the social sites would be of a lot of help. The third part is awareness of warning signs and awareness of reporting lines. Warning signs could be like a ship is lying at anchor for a long period without voyage orders, depleting stores, consumables, lack of spares, running short of food, and bunkers for that matter. So sometimes it could also lead to running out of internet as well as telephone facilities, satellite communications. So these should be the early warning signs, and from there to know the reporting lines. So reporting lines, as an Indian seafarer, obviously the first reporting line should be through DG Shipping, but other areas are also available, that is flag states, port states. ITF has got their own reporting points, ILO has got their reporting points, and PNI clubs are also, they publish their 24/7 helplines. So these three, sir, would be awareness that the students and the prospective seafarers should take ahead with them, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Karmakar. Now I come to Mrs. Bharti Bhandarkar, representing Maritime Union of India. It's a very complex question. Take into account that we have had not many cases of abandonment, which affect the seafarers as well as their families in practical terms as well as emotional terms. Don't you think it is high time for the unions to take an initiative and carry out some sort of a pre-joining awareness or pre-employment education programs? Because after all, the training institutes do their job and wash their hands off. That you attended 3 months course, 4 months course, or whatever you did with me, or BSc, BTech and things like that. And same thing applies to the RPS companies, that they select the person, they send him on the ship. But as a responsible union for the welfare or benefit of the seafarer, don't you think some part of the input should also come from the unions to take on the responsibility of making the people aware and carry out some sort of a pre-employment education or training programs?
Yeah. It's both an honor and responsibility to address this gathering on behalf of Maritime Union of India Women Wing on issue beyond the mandatory regulatory requirements as well as operational systems. Union sees abandon on ship not just as a contractual breach, but it is a basic human violation of right and dignity. The union normally represents a failure on the ship owner side, morally and legal framework, a breakdown in regulatory oversight, a crisis requiring the international intervention. So union typically tries to educate or step in to pressurize and mediate the ship owners and the insurers, to involve the flag states and the port state, to secure rapid repatriation, and also to give them moral support. Now, as Captain has asked, educating the seafarers, awareness and pre-employment education equips seafarers for the foresight and confidence to safeguard themselves before the problem arises. A sound understanding of their rights under Maritime Labour Convention 2006, which includes guaranteed wages, repatriation, regulatory hours of rest and work, and access to grievance procedures, enables them to detect non-compliance at early stage and also respond appropriately. So this is the requirement from the Maritime Union, from the union side. Equally vital is due diligence, truly reviewing the seafarers' employment agreement, ensuring the recruitment agency holds a valid RPSL license, verifying its standard in DG Shipping's website, and identifying warning signs such as unlawful fees and ambiguous contract terms. When combined with the clear knowledge and support channels, unions, union, port, state authority and welfare organization, this preparation significantly reduces the vulnerability. In essence, informed seafarers becomes empowered seafarers. Education shifts them from reactive to proactive, strengthening their ability to make prudent decisions and protect their rights and well-being. As the union says, every seafarer matters.
Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Bhandarkar. I come to Captain Ashok Menon, my erstwhile colleague, and is the principal of IMEI Kolkata Institute of Marine Engineers, Kolkata branch. I think we'll have only one question straightforward for you. How effective is MLC Financial Security Certificate?
Thank you for the organizers for involving me, and Captain Yadav and others, and those students and all the audience. Now, effectiveness of the MLC financial certificates is already established, because there have been many cases where the abandoned seafarers have been able to get their dues. To understand this aspect of cross-border payments, I would like to give a couple of case studies. So, which are very interesting actually. Otherwise, the whole thing becomes very dry. First, the case of the Yangtze Fortune, which in 2022 was abandoned with 36 Filipino crew. Now, this ship was registered in Libya, Chinese owners, abandoned off Australia. So that is where the problem comes, the jurisdictional problem. Who is going to pay? What is going to happen? Their insurance was expiring. They had hull damage. They had shortage of provisions. And there was this 36 crew. And the ship was at risk of being unseaworthy. So there came ITF and there came AMSA. And these two organizations together ensured, first of all, within a record 6 to 8 months, they managed to get the court order to evacuate these people. The ship was still at anchor. A skeletal crew was placed on board, and the 36 guys were sent home, and their wages were paid. The wages were paid by PNA Club, and ultimately, PNA Club, as you know, it's a mutual assurance, so they won't pay out of their pocket. But ultimately, the ship was scrapped in 2025, and that was at that time that all the crew members got all the wages, back wages. So this is a successful case, thanks to the involvement of the local authority, that is AMSA, and the International Trade Federation, that's ITF. There was another case which happened off the Indian coast in Alang. This was again the MT Nirvana. I'm sure our DG shipping officers will know about the MT Nirvana, which again is a Curaçao flagship oil tanker with registered in UAE, abandoned in Alang. And this had a lot of Indian crew. If I'm not mistaken, there were 22 Indian crew there. So naturally, because it was an advantage, because it was Indian crew, and this was in India, so our DG shipping got into the act, and along with the P&I Club, they, again in a good time, they managed to get the ship scrapped and take the people off and pay them their wages, and that was another successful case. Unfortunately, the third case is not so successful. That is the Elim Armonia, where there are 4 Indian seafarers amongst other crew, but they are still in trouble. Now this again is a problem with a cross-border jurisdictional problem, because this was a Liberian flag vessel and abandoned in Nigeria. The owners disappeared, and they used to give them false promises. Whenever they called up, they said that insurers are paying, and the ship is still there. Nothing is to be done. They are moving court, but as you know, in Nigeria, maybe the courts are not so effective. So ultimately, when we talk, to answer your question, effectiveness of the certificates depends on many parameters, mainly which country you are in, who are the organizations who are coming out to help you. I've seen a case where a very good friend of mine was practically abandoned in Caribbean for 16 months. And they had to depend on the local people for their food and shelter. That was the late Captain Saha, Nirmal will remember, Shekhar Saha. He was there, and huge problem. So certification is one thing, but getting the money out is a different thing. And getting the money to the right people is the third thing altogether. So that would, I think, answer your question.
Understand. Thank you. Thank you. Now I think I'll, thank you. I'll request Mr. Rajan Bose for any final comments.
Thank you. As discussed, what we believe is that obviously handling the situation is a very, very important issue, and we need to know, we need to understand, and we need to take decisions in a manner which will obviously ensure that the welfare of the crew is a priority. That is something that always has to be top priority. That is what I believe in.
And once again, to reiterate the commitment towards welfare of seafarers, we have Captain Meena. Last words, please.
Thank you once again. So the last word is the awareness, create an awareness as much as possible through all trade unions, all ship owners and our maritime stakeholders. So start from Maritime Training Institutes. Once the awareness is there, whether it required abandonment or whether it required welfare, once awareness is there, then all the cases can be resolved amicably with the support of each and every stakeholders. So thank you very much. So awareness is the key buzzword for reducing this abandonment. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. And I think with that, we come to the close of this particular panel discussion. We tried to save some minutes.
Thank you to our moderator and to all the panelists, and we would like to felicitate all of you. And for the felicitation, I'll be requesting Captain P.C. Meena to kindly step forward. Sir, kindly felicitate our moderator and all the panelists, please. Requesting our management team to kindly bring the memento of Howrah Bridge. Well, ladies and gentlemen, gradually we are moving forward towards the closure of this event, and this was the second and the last session. Please put your hands together. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, the round of applause should be louder. And now we would like to felicitate Captain Meena, and for that felicitation, requesting Captain Mahesh to kindly step forward. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, now please put your hands together. And requesting all the gentlemen to kindly stay back. Madam, please stay back. Yes, requesting the panelists and our moderator to kindly stay back while I request Shri Santosh Kumar Singh, Shipping Master Mumbai and Member Treasurer SWFS to kindly join us on stage. Santosh sir, may I request you to kindly join us on stage? And now I'll be requesting Captain Meena to kindly felicitate sir. Please, sir. Yes, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for Shri Santosh Kumar Singh. Now, can we have a group photo of all of you, please? Yes, kindly step forward. Oh yes, if we hold the mementos, that would look really nice, because here we are in Kolkata, and Howrah Bridge is an iconic place. Wonderful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks to each and everyone. But with that, Santosh sir se meri request hai, kindly stay back. Santosh sir is requested to kindly stay back on stage with me. Yes, and sir, I have a request. I will be requesting you to felicitate some of the members to whom we are very thankful. So, ladies and gentlemen, now I'd like to call IPRCL team on stage. May I request Shri Bhupesh Swai to kindly join us on stage? And Shri Sobhan Das. Requesting both of you to kindly join us on stage, and we are thankful to the IPRCL team on behalf of DG Shipping, because you have done a fantastic job in helping us curate this event. Thank you very much. And for the felicitation, thank you so much. Heartfelt thanks to our IPRCL team and to Santosh sir for doing the honors. And now, sir, requesting you for the vote of thanks, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable Chief Guest, Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Honorable Minister of State for Minister of Ports, Shipping and Waterways, our esteemed guest of honor, respected Shri Shyam Jagannath Ji, IAS, Director General of Shipping, respected Sushil Mansingh Khopade Ji, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, Shri Vikrant Rai Sir, Principal Officer, MMD Kolkata, Captain Nitin Mukesh, Senior Deputy Director General of Shipping Crew Welfare, Commissioner SPFO and Member Secretary SWFS, Captain PC Meena, DDG Crew, Process, distinguished guests, respected speakers, industry experts, fellow maritime colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. As we conclude today's proceeding, it is my immense privilege to have this opportunity to express heartfelt gratitude to each one of you for making today's symposium and inauguration of MMD Patna under the leadership of our respected DG Sir a grand success, and hereby express vote of thanks on behalf of the Directorate General of Shipping. We express our deepest gratitude to respected Shri Shantanu Thakurji, Honorable Minister of State of Ministry of Port, Shipping and Waterways, for his leadership, vision, and for gracing us with the remote inauguration of the MMD Patna office with Seafarer Outreach Center, project for renovation of Navigrah Samiti and Marine Club, Kolkata. Sir, your presence underscores the government's commitments to the maritime sector and honored us during this symposium. A profound thank to our guest of honor, Shri Shyam Jagannathan Ji, IAS, Director General of Shipping, whose visionary and tireless efforts have made this day possible. Thank you, sir, for your insights, which has enriched our understanding regarding the importance of the welfare initiative. Your dedication and visions are the driving force behind organizing all this symposium for our seafarers and entire maritime fraternity. Respected DG sir, the inauguration of new MMD at Patna under your leadership is a testament to the hard work of every person here and commitment towards achieving of goals set out under Maritime India Vision 2030 and Maritime Amritkal Vision 2047. Thank you, respected Shri Sushil Mansingh Khopade Ji, IPS, Additional Director General of Shipping, for the meticulous planning of this symposium and inauguration of new MMD Patna. Your guidance and RPSL challenges has enriched all of us today. Sir, we acknowledge your leadership and are grateful for it. A special thank to Captain Nitin Mukesh Ji, Senior Deputy Director General of Shipping, Commissioner SPFO, and Member Treasurer SWFS, whose commitment and dedicated efforts have turned the vision of MMD Patna into a reality by the remote inauguration of the MMD Patna office and the Seafarers Outreach Center therein. We thank you, sir, for your commitments and wholehearted dedication as the Member Secretary of the Seafarer Welfare Fund Society and Commissioner SPFO. Further, your presentation on the projection of Seamen Welfare Benefit Scheme, claiming procedures for the beneficiaries, and the new infrastructure initiatives highlights the practical heart of this mission. Thank you, Captain PC Meena, sir, DDG Crew. We appreciate your detailed discourse on the roles and responsibility of RPSL companies and your steadfast advocacy for the Seafarers Code of Conduct and taking appropriate action and steps towards achieving zero tolerance in order to ensure safe maritime practices as per MLC. Sir, your dedicated efforts to resolve issues of seafarers 24/7 is praiseworthy and noteworthy, which was also commended by DG sir in his presentation today. A big thanks to all our speakers, moderators, and distinguished members of panel discussion. We thank our panel moderators, Captain Deepak Gupta and Captain Mahesh Yadav, for leading such vital discussions on seafarers' casualty, seafarers' right, relief, and responsibilities, and seafarers' abundant and welfare with the esteemed panelists. Shri Sajendra Oren, Deputy Chief Surveyors, MMD Kolkata, Shri V. Subramaniam Kumar, Advocate, Shri Mukul Singhi from ICSA, Shri Mohammad Ghulam Ali Ansari, ITF Inspector, Captain Ashok Menanji, IMEI, Captain PC Meena Sir, DDG Crew, Shri Rajan Bose, Synergy Masa, Captain N. Karmakar, FOSMA, Mrs. Bharti Bhandarkar, MUI, Captain Dipankar Basu, GM MOL. A special thank to technical experts Shri Bharat Sabuji for the Sagar Mein Yog session and Ms. Aprijita Rai Ji for her session on Sagar Mein Samman for showcasing efforts on initiatives of Directorate General of Shipping, Ministry, Port Shipping and Waterways. Thanks to Mercantile Marine Department, Kolkata, Government Shipping Office, Kolkata, and Indian Maritime University, Kolkata, for extending support towards making this symposium a great success. I would also like to thank Shri Bijender Chaubey, Deputy Shipping Master, Member Secretary, Navigra Samiti, for welcome ceremony of Honorable Chief Guest and Guest of Honors. Our appreciation and thanks to all print media team, digital media team for live streaming and coverage of the event, for our seafarers and stakeholders, thereby showcasing this event globally. A sincere thank to Ms. Chainika Devnath, Master of Ceremony, for steering this event with such grace and poise. Your seamless transition and vibrant energy truly brought this symposium to life and kept us all engaged from start to finish. We owe a debt of thanks to the Crew Welfare Branch of the Directorate General of Shipping and IHCL Mumbai for their meticulous planning and execution of this symposium in a very short span of time at Kolkata. We would also like to thank all the staff at Raajkutir, Kolkata for its excellent hospitality. Finally, a big thanks to all the present seafarers, delegates, industry representatives from FOSMA, MASA, INSA, ICSA, NUSI, MUI, and the ITF for their active participation. Your collaboration is what ensures the continued welfare of those who sail our seas. As we conclude, we are sure that the learning and momentum will be carried forward. Thank you once again for being a part of this meaningful initiatives under Directorate General of Shipping. और यह हर लहर, हर यात्रा, नाविक का कल्याण का सफर यूं ही हमेशा जारी रहेगा. धन्यवाद. जय हिंद.
Jai Hind. And now may I request all of you to kindly rise up for the national anthem. Requesting the console to kindly play the national anthem. Ladies and gentlemen, Santosh sir has already thanked each and everyone in the room. Thank you, Santosh sir, for this wonderful vote of thanks, for concluding it in such a wonderful way. And I would like to add to that, thank you so much to each and everyone, to our guests, to our audience today who have joined us from afar. And we wish all the seafarers the best. And now, this is the conclusion of the event.
जनगणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. Now it's time for high tea and some more discussions, some more interactions, some more conversations off stage. Thank you so much. Thank you. And please give one last big round of applause for yourselves, please. Thank you.